This is the Pacifica City Council meeting. We are going to go into a closed session at 5:30. City Clerk, could you please read the item for me?
The closed session item to be discussed tonight is a conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Geary et al. Versus City of Pacifica, United States District Court, Northern District of California, San Francisco, case number 3:21-CV-01780VC.
And Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
That's what I was just to ask for.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I don't see any hands raised at this time for public comment. I see only one attendee in the audience.
All right, then we'll adjourn to closed session and we'll be returning at 6 p.m. for our special meeting with Senator Josh Becker. All right, welcome to the study session. This is a special briefing with Senator Josh Becker to discuss local issues of mutual interest and relevance to the Pacifica community and to Senator Becker. And we will be beginning our regular council meeting at 7 p.m. Prior to that, we will have a public comment period, and our city clerk, Coffee, will give us a heads up. Could you please give us a signal at 6:45, and then we'll move to public comment?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. Senator Becker, welcome. We're thrilled to have you. Thank you for being here.
Great, I'm happy to be here.
So we're looking forward to the opportunity to give you some background and some updates really on what's going on in Pacifica, and to also hear from you, of course, on your legislative agenda, and of course we'll be looking for our opportunities for overlap. We did have a wonderful opportunity to have a few minutes with you on Saturday in Pacifica at the the Pacifica and Daly City Democrats meeting. And I understand that you also are going to have a town hall. Is that tomorrow night?
Yep.
So perhaps we can give our viewers the link or some information about how to get further information on that town hall, so that they could join that tomorrow if they want to get further information.
Great.
One moment, Mayor, and I'll bring that up on the screen.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Well, in the meantime, it's nice to meet you, and I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being here, Senator. We really appreciate your time. Absolutely. And your service. You chose to serve in a pretty crazy year, didn't you?
Yes, exactly. It's been interesting, but it's really important. I'm glad. I mean, because now, but in addition to all the legislative side, I'm gonna try this camera. Just we've had so much focus on the COVID relief and COVID response, but it's been rewarding to be able to to be able to have that kind of impact on people's, daily lives beyond the legislative side, just to be able to, be working closely with everyday needs of people, whether it be small businesses, whether it be schools, whether it be, rental assistance, being able to work on all those and try to really deliver for people.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I haven't had a chance to see our participants this evening. If we have people joining by phone, do you see City Clerk Coffee and Assistant Deputy City Clerk if we have people joining by phone? It doesn't look like it right now.
Mayor Beckmeyer, I'm not seeing any phone-in users at this time. I see that we have several attendees that are joining via Zoom.
Okay, that's great. So that folks can take a look at the link that's on the screen with the information about how to join the town hall tomorrow at 6 p.m., 6 to 7 p.m. and to sign up for that. And of course, I'm sure if you contact the district office for Senator Becker, if you need further information on that. Great. All right. Well, let's just dive right in. It would be helpful for us, I think, to hear your interests, hear what you're working on right now. And we'd love to share some information after that about what's prime in Pacifica. And council, this is meant to be a really open discussion, sharing of ideas. So really feel free. You may need to wave at me a little bit because, as I said, I sometimes miss with the little 1-inch squares on seeing when people are trying to get my attention. Okay, Senator Becker, let us hear what's going on.
Well, this is great. And I really want to talk about mostly really what's important to you. But just to give a quick sense, as I mentioned, the number one priority has been on the pandemic response, whether it's been rental assistance and also working with landlords, the schools and assistance for schools in terms of ventilation and PPE and whatever it takes to make teachers feel safe and kids and parents feel safe, and small businesses, support for childcare. And it's been great to work on that from the state level. Now we see some more federal assistance getting ready to come in, which is going to be terrific. And I think not a moment, certainly too soon. It should have, the federal assistance we could have used months ago. But we're also spent a lot of time on EDD, the unemployment insurance, which, as you know, unfortunately has been a bit of a mess. And so we spent a lot of time just with our constituents, helping them navigate that. And on the state level, for me, just trying to help clean up the mess and try to use some of my maybe tech relationships and contacts to get better service for folks and ultimately to have them just do things better. And, because there was massive fraud, but also at the same time, non-payment of benefits, and people have really been suffering when that's desperately needed. Other big issues, which I know also related to you guys, are homelessness and housing, and the big push for me is around climate policy. That's a lot of my background. I've worked on it at the nonprofit level. I started Clean Tech for Obama. I've been on the board of the Clean Tech Open. I've invested in clean technology companies. Started out in 1991 working for the EPA out of college. And so that's a big focus. And we're really looking at all the major sources of emissions in our state with transportation, buildings, the electrical grid, industrial, things like concrete and cement, which, as you may know, concrete and cement are 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And it's actually only about 2% here. But if we can tackle it here, we can really create a model and really create a market for more carbon negative and carbon neutral building materials. So I've got a bill that will be a leading bill on that issue of concrete and cement, a bill in transportation, a bill in the electrical grid to allow us to have 24/7 clean energy, and a bill around residential. And it's really about for people who want to upgrade, making it easier for them to upgrade their homes. So that's really been a big focus, and happy to talk more around that. Education, working with the community college district here in San Mateo County, which wants to be able to do more, actually, to use its reserves in this time of crisis, to do rapid retraining, to be able to pay for offset more than just tuition, but the other costs of going to community college. And so we can really open it up to our students and really hopefully get them either on their way to a transfer mission or some real skills that will help tie them in with the local economy. Working closely with our trades on apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeship program. That's a big part of my background from 7 years on the state workforce board. So broadly speaking, those are really the areas: environment, economic opportunity, and education are big priorities. And then, working with the governor as he tries to figure out the response to homelessness and the cost of housing. We just passed paid sick leave. That was a big lift and big expansion that we really needed to get done to help kind of carry us through the end of the pandemic here. So that was something we did get done at that level. I'm very proud that I just joined just appointed to the board of the Coastal Conservancy. So hopefully, I really wanted to get to know coastal issues better and be able to serve our coastal areas. Coastal Conservancy has a considerable amount of money. I think we'll be getting more money from some of the state bond efforts, and excited about that role and learning from you, how you think I can best serve Pacifica in that role. So that, that's a little bit what I'm working on. So, Senator Hill's been great. He's been a great mentor to me. He's been terrific at answering any questions I have or giving advice. I know he fought for seawall, money for seawall and other, resources for Pacifica, and I'm working to carry on some of those efforts. And it's terrific to have Joan here to have continuity with a lot of those efforts from Senator Hill. So that's really, just a little bit of what we're working on here for the first few months, but just really excited to hear more about the priorities from you all.
Sure. Well, I'm going to just frame our conversation with just a quick few statements on a number of items that Pacifica Council and staff have been engaged in for now, as long as I've been on council, and a good year or so, 18 months before that, in terms of really working on planning and addressing some really basic city planning around updating our local coastal plan, our general plan update. As you mentioned, we definitely have concerns and a lot of issues with coastal erosion, with sea level changes and the impact that it has on the built environment in our town, much of which precedes the Coastal Act. And so how best to address those issues as we move forward together. And you're familiar with our golf course, I know, and I say the larger the city and county of San Francisco, of course, own that. But as partners with the city of Pacifica, it's a really fantastic recreational asset that I think we had you there, I don't know, about a year ago or so. And we're a little more than that.
Well, yeah, we know it's a little more than a year. Yes, not that much more. Yeah.
Time flies. We're looking forward to the opportunity to be there again. And there are some issues with maintaining the berm that is there, defending and protecting that golf course, and the environmental concerns that we have with our red leg frog and those kinds of concerns. But Pacifica is just a really interesting, very busy, very compact city that's stretched out along our 6.5 miles of coastline. More than, I think our figure is around 65% is dedicated open space in Pacifica. And that is fantastic. That provides a huge draw for a number of people throughout the Bay Area and beyond to enjoy hiking, biking, certainly the beach and the coastline, and preserving access to that, those recreational opportunities and to the coast for everyone is really paramount. So along the lines of that, we have been engaging in the last few months on a infrastructure study. You alluded to the seawall prior. We're looking at engineering and what needs to be done and what must we do to continue to protect the Beach Boulevard coastline area there near our pier. The pier itself is presently closed due to damage sustained from storms. So I personally, and I know other council members and people in the community have concerns about what it's going to take to get that reopened. As a free fishing pier, it's one of the few in our immediate area, in our northern part of the state, in fact, and it's a huge draw. It's been extremely painful for people to go through crabbing season without access to the pier. So there are a lot of things like that that are constantly on our minds, and that we're really working actively. All city staff and consultants that we've employed are engaged actively in moving these projects forward. So that's consuming a lot of our time always. But you mentioned housing. That's a huge importance to us. We've got issues with how we're going to meet the proposed RHNA numbers, the regional housing needs allocation for Pacifica, with as little open space to build as we truly have. We're really looking at infill. And so a lot of interest in ADUs and utilizing those kinds of opportunities. And transportation, you mentioned. Well, that's always a challenge when you're on the coast. And that's been an ongoing concern and something that council members have been continuously bringing forward and continue to bring forward. But we certainly hope to have some bolster of that last mile. And in Pacifica, it's really that last few miles, because depending on how far south in town you live, really getting to a major transportation hub, such as BART, is going to take some doing. And with our Samtrans service, there are some parts of our city that have service just once an hour. And in some parts of the city, primarily in the back of the valley in the south end of town, we have a number of senior housing areas. And on the weekends, we don't actually even have Samtrans service that takes people all the way forward in the same way that they do Monday through Friday. So we've come up with a lot of challenges, really innovative ways of addressing that, that our staff can, go into more detail on if you're interested in hearing, in terms of addressing really innovative programs, I think, for helping seniors get transportation around. But it's everyone, it's youth, it's everyone. And so those are the things that I wanted to frame our conversation with, and I invite council members to add something to that frame.
I would love to talk about one of the strategies we're using for transportation with our senior population. So we became an age-friendly city about a year ago, maybe more than that. And so one of the projects that we worked on, and there was a really large endowment that was given to senior services, and it's catch a ride car. Cute, right? So seniors can get single rides for $5, and they can bring their friends too. So it's not $5 per person, it's $5 per ride. And I know that COVID kind of got in the way, but it seems that ridership is going up a little bit. And so hopefully it'll get back to where it was before, but it's a really good program. And we're really proud of all the work that the senior services are doing here.
That's great. I love hearing about that.
So I know that Councilmember Vaterlas had some items to bring forward at the Democrats meeting around some of the regional housing needs allocation. And Councilmember Vaterlas, did you have comments on that, or any particular area that you want to focus on?
My concern from the beginning with the RHNA numbers, the regional housing allocation numbers, is the amount. In the past, we had 413 was our allocation. Our new allocation is about, it changes, but it was in the beginning about 1980. Now it's around 1940. But I'm all in favor of housing, but 1900 houses, I just don't see it. And the fact that they are saying now that they're going to take away our transportation dollars, we hardly have transportation. We have one way in, one way out. We don't have a transportation corridor. We don't have any public transportation. And it puts us in an awful position.
Yeah, I hear you. And we did talk about that a little bit
Yes.
the other day. And, have our team looking at that. The reader numbers, are not numbers that come from the legislature. And so we're looking into that, how those numbers were, developed. And as you mentioned, I think there's always sort of been the maybe threat of transportation dollars, but I hadn't heard that per se, that was actually, something that was going to happen. So I do understand what you're saying about the limited ways in and limited ways out to Pacifica. And I do believe that, if we are as a region or Sacramento was going to really mandate changes that require lots more housing, then we have to also help with infrastructure. And that if really affordable housing is what we're looking for, then we really need to make sure that money is available for affordable housing, because we all know that's subsidized housing. That's what's needed. And currently the state affordable housing finance is really convoluted, is not straightforward, has multiple applications for different pieces of the loan stack. Working with Betty Yee in her office, she's also on top of this issue. And there's a bunch of affordable housing projects right now in the county that just can't get funded, and they're ready to go. I mean, Warren Slocum sent me one just the other day. They're ready to go, just waiting for money. So I think we're doing things backward in many ways. And, I'm just, trying to figure out, what we can do about that, what I can do about that, and what it looks like from a, from a state level. I did see that you were doing a number of things, from the affordable housing perspective, just as we were kind of prepping up for this. And, I appreciate some of those efforts, and I was looking at a few of those projects that are kind of going on right now. So what is your feeling on that? Do you feel,
We just approved 170 unit affordable housing, which will not count towards our RENA numbers because it's an existing apartment, but it's being converted into 100% affordable housing.
Right. So we
Seems
would
like-
love it if we could get partial credit for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it really is addressing and helping to address that in really critical area. But, we're pleased that we're able to help our community with that. That is the primary goal, obviously.
right. But no, I hear you. And that's, and, Joan, if you can take that back and let's try to get an answer from Caitlin, because I was talking to Giselle Hales on the Council for Open City about this as well, because a HIP housing project was just approved there, which is sounds very similar
Mhm.
to be able to preserve these units. And it was great. And the council actually committed a fair amount of money. There was some money that came in from, the business sector, and they're not going to get any credit for that from a RENA perspective.
Mhm. I think Giselle also had some interesting comments about counting bedrooms or counting how many individuals a unit may be housing. And the den, and I know Councilmember O'Neill brings this up frequently about the need for family focused affordable housing.
Mhm.
In Pacifica, as I mentioned, we have four dedicated senior housing locations that are various partners that help. Bridge Housing is one of them. Mercy, I think, did the one at Good Shepherd. I'm not sure. And he's right. I mean, if demographically, we do need that, and we do have it. We can probably, people would have made this case that there is a need for more. But I do think we're looking for our moderate income, for our community service workers, families. Those are other areas that we have an interest in as well. So, what
Yeah.
else?
And I'll be quick, but originally it was based on jobs housing ratio. We don't have jobs either. We
Yeah,
have
not
Safeway and
many.
our school district are our top employers. So
Mhm.
we don't have employment either.
Yeah. Well, I do hear that too, and we'll get back to you about preserving some of this piece. One thing I do want to say, we do have one bill that's came to us from the district, which is about right now, if you build affordable senior housing, it has to be only seniors, and so this bill will actually allow some of that affordable housing to be mixed ages, and particularly we're looking at foster youth, emancipated foster youth, and being able to have the benefit of the kind of senior population and the younger population, and it's a really actually a cool bill that we're getting a lot of interest in. So that's one thing on that point. But I agree with you. I think if we're kind of if our goal is affordable housing, we need to be really focus on what is going to make that happen, right? And a lot of that is just streamlining a lot of the state processes for how this is funded. And so that's one thing that's a big priority for me.
Great, appreciate that. Other issues? Mike O'Neill?
Oh, you're on mute, Mike.
Can't hear you.
Yeah. Hi, Senator. I wanted to bring up an issue in terms of, and you had just mentioned it, streamline something with the state as to how do you rectify issues that are conflicting regulations between different state agencies. I know the Coastal Commission, I read an article where one of their staff members actually said that they feel the Coastal Commission's rules and regs overrule anything even the state legislature says. And I was just wondering what you think, how you feel about that statement, but also, the Coastal Commission has spent over a year or almost a year looking at our ADU ordinance. Meanwhile, we're supposed to be producing housing, but they haven't come forth with it. In Santa Cruz, they have 4 or 5 different housing projects down there that the Coastal Commission is not moving on. As of like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I mean, something might have happened. So I'd just like to hear, how do you plan on streamlining it so that if you have a conflict between different state agencies, how is that rectified? Because we're in the middle.
Yeah. Well, I don't have the answer yet, but maybe in a couple of months. But that's the kind of stuff that just infuriates me. And I remember, Jerry said he works on stuff that would make him angry, but that's the kind of stuff that makes me angry when you hear about delays like this and conflicting mandates from different agencies. So all I can say at this point is, please bring it to us like you are, and then Joan and I will take this and go back and just see what we can do, right? If it's something, as you say, around an ADU proposal that that they're just not acting on, we can say, hey, what is the status of this? We can keep bugging them and try to get an answer. If it's conflict between agencies, it's even more complicated. But that's again, that's what we're here to do. So please raise those with us. I'm looking at some of the notes that Joan sent me earlier today, and she talked to your city manager, Kevin, who's on here. And so, we had a good conversation about it, but, we'll do another follow-up after this. But, please highlight some of those conflicts for us.
Another conflict would be some of the, I was on the school board 14 years, and the state was famous for having us do unfunded mandates. mandating something, but we don't pay for it. Now the Coastal Commission is, has acted to where the city of Pacifica might be getting a $2 million unfunded mandate from the because of the Coastal Commission's decision. And I think it's something that the state, if the state's mandating it, the state needs to pay for it.
I agree. What is that mandate? What's the?
The RV park up in North Pacifica, it has applied to bolster the bluffs from erosion. Well, and their Coastal Commission's own staff said within 2 winters, the sewer pipe, which is the main sewer line going down from North Pacifica to the sewer plant, will be exposed and and in consequence might actually start putting raw sewage into the ocean. Okay, but in order to move that, we haven't got a final number, but a ballpark estimate was $2 million to move that. So it's an unfunded mandate. In addition to, we could potentially be fined for putting raw sewage in the ocean. So I think it would be good for a lot of cities up and down the coast, is if something is mandated, the state steps forward to pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that's good policy. And, we're at a point where we want jobs, we want to get people back to work. And so if we're going to mandate stuff that falls into the way, into the realm of infrastructure, which I believe this is, I agree. I mean, to me, that's something that the state should absolutely pay for. And, again, and we do have money to spend now, right? We have a stimulus, we have a budget surplus, and so, we can look at that for sure. Do you know, just on those topics, do you know how much you're getting from the federal stimulus yet?
I believe
the figure is in the range of 7.5 million, although, as we all know, the devil's in the details around exactly what we can use it for and when we will be able to receive it. And, we're awaiting those details.
Yeah. I'd be curious, whatever you hear on what you can or can't use it for, in the sense of, is it, because I hear it's kind of COVID related, but what does that mean? And
exactly.
Yeah. What kind of flexibility? Especially if it takes more time to, and we get it, then we're getting it sort of towards the end of the pandemic. So what does COVID related, actually mean? And again, I'd like to see, if we're getting that money as part of a stimulus, I'd like to be able to put it to work on infrastructure projects.
Absolutely. A big infrastructure area, in addition to the sewer line that Councilmember O'Neill referred to, is we have a number of streets, just straight streets. We're working hard to keep our pavement condition index, to keep it from sinking year over year. But unfortunately, the amount of funding that we have through SB1, through local measures at the county level with W and Measure A funds, we put those to use. Director Lisa Peterson can certainly tell you, chapter and verse on how we're doing our pavement conditioning plan each year and how many miles of streets that we're working to keep from getting worse. Another problem we have is there are some streets that are not only worse, they don't exist. We have at least one street in Pacifica that isn't paved at all. And so we did inherit a lot of this, truthfully, when the city incorporated in 1957, the state of affairs with regard to roads is what we got and what we agreed to and what we took on. But the challenge is the millions of dollars it would take to really create new roads in significant areas where we have homes, and we need to make sure that those are, really, we're talking potholes that have potholes in terms of, fixing your car and how do you traverse these roads. So it's a big issue. I bring it up all the time, and it's, I hate to bring up something without a solution. I don't have a solution. I just know we have to address it. And it's been something that's been
one thing, and I don't know if this will help on that specifically, but maybe Joan can get back to you, is one of the bills that I did came out of the city of Belmont, which is the smaller cities have a hard time competing for SB1 funds.
Mhm.
And so this bill will allow small cities like our cities on the peninsula to work to pool, to pool together basically, and to better compete for SB1 funds. And this was, again, something that came to us from, particularly from Belmont and Foster City. So
Mhm.
let's see if that could be helpful. I mean, that would be
Yeah.
great. By and large, as the Bay Area is a net exporter to the state in terms of dollars. We don't get nearly as much back as we put out to the state. And so again, that's when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to housing, when it comes to transportation, the state's happy to take all this money being generated by our companies and doesn't do enough, in my view, to give back. And so that's what we're fighting for, is a larger share of that, of those dollars for transportation, for housing, and for infrastructure in general. So please keep me posted as you figure out the federal stimulus or anything else you get from the state, what it can be used for. If it's too restrictive, let us know. And in general, a lot of times, we pass stuff that we think is helpful, but it ends up being too complicated or whatever. So whatever you're hearing from small businesses, please let us know, because we did pass that $6.6 billion for small businesses, but we're, still trying to figure out, hey, is that actually helping our businesses finding they're able to apply? And so if not, let us know, and let Joan know. And, that's the kind of stuff that that's what we're trying to do now. It's great. Now that we actually made some of these rules and we, in theory, got some of this money out there, is it actually being helpful on the ground?
Right. Right.
One other thing I'll mention environmentally, because I know that you guys were working on your environmental plan, and
Yeah.
one of my friends who's a Pacifica resident is helping lead this effort for something called Plastover. So there's an effort for the Jewish holiday of Passover to have people give up single-use plastics. And yeah, and so Tanya, my friend Tanya, whose husband plays at Winter sometimes, and so she's actually really leading this effort for this reboot that I'm part of, and it's a fun effort, and the whole point is, you won't be able to, just as I'm right here using my plastic for you, it's very difficult to do, and that's part of the point, is to raise awareness around that, and so that's coming up. Sorry, next Saturday night.
Fantastic. I would definitely look into that. Pacifica did pass one of the early ordinances around single-use plastics in terms of like forks and lids and straws and that sort of thing. There's an interest in extending that further. And with our beach, obviously, and the Pacific Beach Coalition is huge leader in this regard. And we support their efforts, and we all in our town, work toward helping preserve the ocean. But plastic is a big issue. It is an absolutely big issue. And in recycling in general, that's another area that I did have a concern about. I don't know where, again, like you mentioned, the Byzantine level that things can sometimes go to, but simple, recycling of cans and bottles and that sort of thing, that's the kind of project people can get behind initially, individually.
Yeah.
And how do we make that easier for citizens?
Yeah.
So thank you for that tip on Plastover. I'm totally going to look into
Yeah. Look at, there's a website, and we can, but it's a fun effort, but again, just raise attention to it. And I appreciate it. I'd like to see, I'd heard the Pacifica did it on single-use plastic, so it'd be great to see that, just so we can all learn from each other. Years ago, I helped build a website for a group called California Green Cities. That was cities that were trying to say, hey, let's not reinvent the wheel. If one does a plastic bag ban, and we can just, let's get the language, let's get the studies, and just to implement it. So I really want to make sure. I know there is good coordination in San Mateo County, but anything we can do to help that would be good. And I did see that 5 of the Pacifica small businesses did get $10,000 each from the San Mateo Strong Fund. So that was great. And
actually, I think we had even more than that, didn't we, Kevin? We had 9 or 11. I think 5 was the most recent.
Okay, maybe just the most
Yeah.
The early grant program last year brought relief to 6 businesses, and then the city added funds for an additional 5. And then the new batch of funding is, I believe, 9 or 11. Yeah, like the mayor mentioned.
Which really demonstrates the need. I mean, to your point earlier, it's, figuring out exactly what is needed and how it can help. And to, for folks, it's not clear, it's just not completely obvious why retail can be open to a certain level, but restaurants, of which there are many in Pacifica, can only have 25%, that kind of thing. And so really helping to move those, and as we're moving into the less restrictive tiers, getting people back into and utilizing those businesses is really, really paramount.
Can I just say, can I go back to the environment for just a second?
Please.
Thank you so much. So we are a tree city and we're looking to increase our canopy by quite a bit, but trees cost money. And so I don't know if there's any money available for trees, but that would be really wonderful if there was. And then another thing is—
That'd be great. So Mary, I think that is, that's really interesting. And
yeah, we've got kind of both sides of that issue, right? We need to plant trees. So we want to, continue to sequester carbon. We also have to maintain what we have and help address that as well. So it's really kind of both sides of that very issue that is of great importance to Pacifica.
It's a triangle because we have fire hazard areas too.
Right,
So.
eucalyptus. Yeah, I mean that's what we're hearing. Especially down in Heaven Bay, the eucalyptus trees, and that's a major issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been involved with Friends of the Urban Forest in San Francisco, and there's a group called Canopy down in East Palo Alto, and those are great volunteer projects. Those are my favorite volunteer projects. When you're really out there and help, and so to have a city that's committed to it. Maybe I don't know if it's those groups or otherwise. I mean, what kind of budget are you looking at for those trees?
I don't think we're looking at it right now, but we have the Tree City group that is looking at it. So I don't think as a city, we haven't talked about budget at all, but give us as much as you'd like.
Well, get us, I mean, once they, if they say, hey, it's X, X number of trees and
I will.
X dollars, that would be, even for actually for a conversation I'm having tomorrow, I'll make a note of that.
I'll definitely get you a number. And Tiger, I know you haven't had yet.
Yes, Council Member Big Stick.
Thank you. And I don't really have much to ask comparatively, but I did have one small question because we were having a discussion about fireworks a month or two back, and especially illegal fireworks are a huge hot button topic in our community, especially with wildfires being what they are and going into fire season. And I was coming down from Sacramento and suddenly there was this orangeness all around me. It reminded me, I don't know if you're into sci-fi at all, but the most recent Blade Runner sequel that came out, it was kind of like that in the desert as I was coming back from Sacramento. And then the next day was, the day here where it trickled down so that we had the midnight at noon experience. And I tell that story because I want to say it was that day, but I'm going to say no sooner than the next day. Sure enough, somebody was firing off of illegal firework.
Wow.
And I'd love to use expletive language in order to, give my thoughts. But the real question is, it's $1,000 fine to light off an illegal firework. And what we're told is we, on our level, cannot raise that fine. But in theory, the state could do something to allow us to be able to raise that fine. And so I'm wondering if that's illegal fireworks in general are on your radar. And if not, if the idea of being able to raise that fine so that potentially we can have a stronger enforcement mechanism to deal with illegal fireworks, especially going into what I hope is not another fire season like the one we just saw. I wanted to present that as a question to you.
I appreciate you raising it. It's actually not been on my radar screen, but I do remember now that you mention it. I mean, obviously not this July 4th, but last July 4th, it was insane throughout the whole area. And I remember hearing a ton about it in East Palo Alto, but really through the whole, peninsula. I kept hearing reports. I mean, there was, it really sounded like there was a war going on at times. I mean, it was kind of crazy. So given that, tie in, of course, as you say, with the fire season, which unfortunately I think is going to be, we're in for maybe a tough one. We'll take a look at that. Yeah, thanks for bringing it up.
Mayor Beckmeyer, we're at 6:45 right now. If you'd like to open up public comment soon.
Yes, I see one hand presently. Two. And I did want to also check in with city staff and council members if there's any last minute items that we want to make sure to mention as well. So let's go ahead. I'll open public comment. Deputy City Clerk.
Beckmeyer, council members, Elizabeth Brooks, your Deputy City Clerk. Our first speaker this evening is Suzanne Moore, followed by Christine Bowles. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Suzanne Moore, and thank you, Senator Becker, for meeting with Pacificans this evening. My name is Suzanne Moore, and I am actually an editor of a small local newsletter, and I wanted to share with you 4 concerns of our readers. The first is around SB 91. COVID's impact on rent and mortgage payments has been severe, and we hope that SB 91 will help prevent evictions, foreclosures, and debt. But the digital divide will make access for those most impacted, the poor, elders, and people of color, difficult. So we're hoping you can confirm an aggressive and successful outreach to tenants with an AMI less than 80% and their landlords. Our second concern is our unhoused. They have been critically impacted by COVID, and homeless numbers are growing due to the economic downturn. So please provide incentives to communities who offer safe parking and transitional housing as stepping stones for our unhoused to find permanent, safe, affordable housing. Promote building moderate to very low income housing desperately needed in our community, and you are already aware that creating a financial package to build low income housing is extremely difficult. Could communities who build safe parking and transitional housing get credit on their RENA numbers? Our third concern is reliable public transportation on the coast, which would benefit all the coastal communities and assist in equitable economic recovery. So please promote coastal public transit. And lastly, as has been discussed, coastal erosion and sea level rise have hit Pacifica hard during the winter storms. The cost of the sea level wall repair is high, and our community is divided over short-term goals of the seawall repair without a long-term plan to assure safety of infrastructure for the inevitable changes of sea level rise. Thank you, Council Member Mike O'Neill, for talking about the sewage pipe problem in our area near Manor District. I knew nothing about that. Pacifica will need monetary help for repairs, but could you incentivize a long-term plan and couple Pacifica's efforts with those of other large communities in the Bay Area also seeking solutions? And I'll send my concerns to your office staff. Thank you this evening.
Thank you. Is it okay, Mayor, to respond?
Yeah.
Sure. No, you raised 4 issues. I want to go to, some of them we already covered, but I do appreciate the point around the safe parking and incentives for that, as well as I thought we said potentially counting that some of that in RENA, which is interesting. Coastal public transit got that sea level rise clearly, big focus of mine, and I'm working on. But the other part, your part about the outreach around the rental assistant is a good one. That's what kind of falls under what I was saying, is if we pass these things and then people can't access them, we're not accomplishing anything. So we will take that back, and particularly, I just got something yesterday I forwarded to my team about some of the outreach. So maybe Joan and I will work on that and circle back.
Thank you. Deputy City Clerk.
Next, we'll hear from Christine Bowles. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Christine Bowles. I'm a resident of Pacifica and an architect in town. And I just want to start by thanking you, Senator Becker, for your commitment to clean energy and the importance of fighting climate change, which is really what I see as our biggest existential threat as humans. And that's why I voted for you. So thank you for continuing that fight. I work in many municipalities all over the Bay Area primarily, and I'm really impressed by cities like Palo Alto and Berkeley that are leading the move to electrification. And away from fossil fuels. I know the state codes are changing in that way. I'm good friends with Ann Edminster, who helped write the net zero energy codes in the state, and I'm actually
Right.
disappointed that the state ended up watering down a lot of those to
Yeah.
still allow gas. I think those are financial concerns, because the gas infrastructure is there and buildings have them, but we need to be moving completely away from fossil fuels. I've just built a net zero energy house, all electric. Here in
Great.
Pacifica. I'm very proud of that. I would love, and as Pacifica is working on its general plan, I would love to see it become more visionary as well, to forbid new gas lines and new developments in town. And I'm just wondering how we can help cities become more visionary from the state encouraging municipalities to go that route. And again, we are fighting, literally for our lives for land that's being lost here with coastal erosion, and the importance of not just, even just the seawall, we're only looking at a 50-year project. That's what the engineers are telling us. But what is our long-term plan beyond the 50 years? How are we going to survive as a city? And how can the state help small municipalities that don't really have the budget and the scientific expertise really look at these issues for the long term? Thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate it, and congratulations on your home. I'd love to visit your net zero home at some point. Yeah, that's a big focus I mentioned. So we had a 1 million solar roof program here in California. We started in 2014. We created incentives and we reached it by 2018. And that's what I'm trying to do, is the same thing, to go to 1 million electric buildings. And a big part of that is educating people on what they can actually do with their existing electrical panel. But if they do have to upgrade, creating levels of service expectations, because now the utilities can sit on those for months and months and months and months. And if people need a furnace, they end up just putting in a gas furnace because they don't have the time to wait to an all-electric heat pump, for example. So that's a big focus. That's really what my SB 68 is about. Thank you for your good. We're going to keep pushing and pushing. These things should be easier in a state like California, but I'm understanding now a little bit the politics in Sacramento and what we're up against. But that's a big focus on mine. I thanks for raising. I was literally just working on an op-ed, talking to folks about what the CEC just did and watered down some of the requirements. It's going to make it harder. Like Menlo Park, we passed one of the first all-electric building standards, and it's actually now going to make it harder for us. So it sounds like you're certainly on top of things, and I just look forward to more partnerships. We're going to do what we can from Sacramento, create the policy frameworks, but a lot of it is at the end of the day going to be from cities, in the implementation, particularly around electric vehicles, right? Making sure that that we build in electric vehicle charging, including in multifamily buildings, and we need all that infrastructure. We all need to work together on that. Otherwise, because gas-powered cars are staying on the road much, much longer now, even 5 years more than they were, new cars were 10 years ago. So every new ICE car that's bought right now is going to be on the road for 18 years. So we got to do whatever we can as soon as we can.
Well, these are all really important points. I'm just checking again with Deputy City Clerk. Do you see any other hands right now?
Mayor Beckmeyer, one more hand was raised, and I don't see any other beyond that.
All right.
Erin Macias, you're our next speaker. Please state your name for the record.
This is Erin Macias of Pacifica. Senator Becker, first I wanted to say thank you so much for joining us and participating in this important dialogue tonight. I wanted to speak a little bit about safe parking and tenting. They're not housing. They're substandard living situations for people who are clearly in survival mode. I do not want to see safe parking approved. I do not want to see tenting tolerated. I want to see people moved into safe, healthy living situations that have plumbing, that have running water, that have beds. And I really think that we need to focus on converting existing non-used housing, such as motels or hotels, to support those who are in need, and not pushing through legislation that perpetuates a chronic problem that does not benefit anybody at all. So again, I appreciate you just taking a moment to listen and to hear me out. I do think this is a crisis, and we need to really focus on appropriate quality living environments for those who are most vulnerable. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, Aaron. Thank you. And you know, we're going to talk about this at our staff offsite coming up for our team, and homelessness is one of those issues I want to be one of my focal point issues. And when you think about it, it's, you know, we're talking 100,000 people. It's not that many people in a state like California, considering the resources that we have and the resources we've already committed, you know, to the issue. We've got about 6,000 people into housing through Project Roomkey, through the motels and the hotels that you mentioned. And, you know, that's 6%, right? And so I do feel like this is something that should be solvable in a state like California. And I appreciate you, you know, helping you keep our eye on what the ultimate goal should be.
All right. Other issues? We have about a minute or two left. City Manager Woodhouse, are there other items that you had wanted to bring forward?
Thanks, Mayor Beckmeyer and Senator Becker. Thanks for being here. And sorry for the lengthy sort of briefing notes. We have a lot going on in Pacifica, certainly. Seems that no issue passes us by, and we're excited to work on all of it. Just a couple things regarding the discussion about RHNA numbers and our apartment conversion. Perhaps an important point about that is the city in doing that for 30 years is foregoing a significant amount of local property tax. So there's a significant funding piece that is not that different from, you know, the capital funding required to build a new building. So you know, just to factor into the notes about the discussion about how to potentially have those units count towards RHNA, if that were to come to pass. Regarding the Rescue Act plan, I sat in a briefing with the National League of Cities and League of California Cities, or Cal Cities, last week, and you know, the Treasury has to develop guidelines and such. So that's all evolving. Initially, it sounds like it might be fairly restrictive. For example, when it comes to infrastructure, using that funding for infrastructure, it might be limited to just our communications, wireless infrastructure, and you know, other kind of questions. But I will certainly keep Ms. Dentler well apprised of what we learn as all the cities are working together to understand the strings attached to that relief funding. Thank you for being here.
Well,
all right.
Sorry, but thank you. Thank you to the city team who's doing the work, but particularly, I really want to thank the city council for having me. Your city council members are on the front lines. You are dealing with the pandemic on the ground, helping the small businesses, helping the residents, figuring out the homeless, helping, you know, getting kids back in schools. And I know it's been an exhausting year for all of our city councils throughout our area. And I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing. I know it's many, many long hours to make the community better. And as the city manager just said, you know, Pacifica has many of the same issues that other has, and more so in some areas, obviously, when it comes to sea level rise and some of those infrastructure needs and costs. So I appreciate the work you're doing, and thanks for having me here today. And I really appreciate the discussion.
Well, thanks so much. We would love to have you back anytime. And when we're able to, you know, actually gather and walk around and show you things, we're looking forward to that opportunity.
Yeah, head to Winters, and but we won't have any fireworks to celebrate. No, okay. Okay, thank you.
Steve, thank you again for joining us tonight, and thanks so much, Joan. I'm waving to that corner of my screen.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right then, council members. It is 7:01 p.m. So we will move into our regular agenda and we'll start with a call to order and roll call. This is, oh, sorry, I don't think I really fully announced before our regular agenda for our March 22nd, 2021 City Council meeting.
Councilmember Big Stick,
Present.
Councilmember Vadalas,
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer,
Here.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Here.
And Mayor, if you please, I can make a few announcements about the meeting format tonight.
Should we do the salute to the flag after that or before that?
What's your preference?
Councilmember O'Neill, how about a salute to the flag?
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And yes, City Clerk Coffey, if you would go forward with those announcements.
This meeting is being held by video conference with no physical location open to the public. The public can participate and observe in the meeting via the Zoom link provided in the agenda or by phone to the dial-in number and webinar ID provided in the agenda. This meeting may also be observed on local TV channel 26 or online at www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. For this meeting, live verbal public comments may be made through participation by Zoom. For members of the public participating by Zoom, use the raise hand button to indicate that you wish to speak on an agenda item or during oral communications when the mayor calls upon that item. For those participating by phone, use *9 or *9 to raise your hand to request to speak. The city clerk will call upon speakers at the appropriate time, and you can unmute to talk after you're called by screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number if you're dialing in. Please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your public comment. Written and email public comments will not be read during the meeting, but will be made part of the written record and provided to council members. Email comments are not monitored during the live meeting. Those received by 4 p.m. today were provided to council members and posted on the city's website. The format of the meeting may be altered or the meeting may be canceled if needed. You may check on the status of the meeting by visiting the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org for any updates.
All right, very well, thank you. Now, if I'm not mistaken, oh, closed session report. City Attorney, do we have a report out from our closed session?
There's no reportable action.
Thank you very much. And I think tonight we are excited to have a special presentation from the Chamber of Commerce with the Economic Development Committee representative. I think I saw Kathleen. Courtney is here. I don't know if there's anyone else joining you.
Archie.
Hey, everybody.
Archie.
Archie is here as well. There he is.
Easy.
There's my.
Oh, there you are. Hi. All right, welcome. Archie Junin from the Pacifica Chamber of Commerce and Kathleen Courtney from the Economic Development Committee. Would you like to give a little overview of what the program is and then we'll proceed?
I could, pardon me. If it's okay with you, Archie, I'll just give my quick elevator speech, as they say. But we're really excited. The Economic Development Committee of Pacifica launched, and Chamber of Commerce is hosting this exciting new game that is promoting our local restaurants. And so it is called Pacifica Beach Bites Bingo. And tonight we get to do the first draw. I'm excited to announce that it has been, I mean, I see it all over social media. I just got launched in the paper. Kevin, thank you so much for putting that, or whomever is responsible for putting that that announcement right at the top of your city letter. And and all of a sudden it's starting to go to the point where people are posting their photos, and it's very exciting.
Nice.
So what we're doing today is doing our first spin. Archie, do you have anything that you would like to add to that?
So just on behalf of the chamber, just want to thank the city as well as the Economic Development Committee for really providing a really strong campaign to help improve our business community, and as well as we're sort of revitalize a lot of the energy that our community needs for our residents. So, definitely. Thanks again, everybody.
Thank you.
So what we're going to do is draw the winner of bingo, where these cards have been, pardon me, I'm nervous. These cards have been vetted, and and they qualify.
Okay.
So, without any further ado, they are going to win a $30 gift certificate to a Pacifica retail establishment of their choice. So I am going to announce the winner by the first name and the last initial only, just so that we can keep it, keep their, oh, it's spinning. Okay, so we're spinning the names. Wheel of Names is telling us that Stella K has won. I'm going to screenshot this.
Yeah.
Stella, you won. I'm so excited. So sorry, it's really thrilling. So I will be reaching out, if Stella's here or not, I will be reaching out to her on behalf of all of us at pacificafun@gmail.com.
Very good. And so folks can find out about this and become involved by checking the city's website, and also looking for information on social media about Beach Bites Bingo. Yes?
Yes, Pacifica Beach, in quotes, Beach Bites Bingo. And so yes, we have our own Facebook page, which we keep up to date, and as well as the city. You'll see it popping up at least on all of the usual suspects, but primarily just this week on Thursday, the Tribune had all the information as well. So, and our wonderful city manager, and so thank you all for making this happen. And I'm so excited to reach out to our winner. And by the way, the next winner is drawn in 2 weeks, this same time, same channel. So I'll see you all, or one of us will see you in 2 weeks.
Oh, that's exciting. I love that. Thank you.
So much fun, you guys.
Thank you, guys.
So everybody, you're all, let's come on, everybody go out there and earn your bingo. It's fun.
I really appreciate you guys so much. And Archie, you said something that really resonated with me is that we have to take the opportunity to rejuvenate and revitalize like the people in our community. Like we need something to have fun, right? We haven't been having a lot of fun. So what a great way to do it all. So thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I think it's a great promotion and look forward to doing mine on the side.
Right. I know we really can't do it, but we can cheer from the sidelines.
Same here, but I still take my picture and I go, and that's a square, and I post it because
there you go.
It is. I mean, it's not my square, but but it's somebody's square.
Very good. I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
See you in 2 weeks. Bye, you guys.
All right, council members, we are moving on to our consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar will be adopted by one motion unless a council member or a person in the audience requests before the vote on the motion to have an item discussed. Time limits on comments is 3 minutes or less. This is on our agenda. These are items 1 through 6. Are there any council members who wish to pull an item or who had a clarifying question or comment on any items? I do not see any. Then let's check with our assistant city clerk and
Mayor
Deputy City
Beckmeyer,
Clerk?
I'd like to make a few announcements about how we'll be handling public comment for the consent calendar items tonight.
Yes, please.
So now is the time on the agenda where the council is going to be considering those items on the consent calendar. Consent items will be adopted by one motion, as the mayor mentioned, unless a council member or person in the audience requests before the vote on the motion to have an item discussed. Anyone wishing to discuss any item on the consent agenda should raise their hand now to indicate that they want to speak. The clerk will call upon each person with a raised hand to identify that person and determine which item on the consent calendar they wish to provide comment. Once you've provided your name and which item number, the clerk will mute you again, and council members will have an opportunity to identify any items on the consent agenda that they wish to discuss. Once all of the consent agenda items to be pulled for discussion are identified, the council will vote on remaining consent agenda items that were not pulled for discussion. When that's complete, then the mayor will call each consent item that was pulled for discussion one item at a time and ask for raised hands to identify those people who wish to provide a full public comment on the pulled consent item. The clerk will then call upon those people who have their hands raised to speak on the item. The time limit on the public comments for each item is 3 minutes unless otherwise stated. Once public comments have been provided, then public comment will be closed on that consent agenda item and council will commence their deliberations on the item.
All right then. I see one, I think you covered everything I would ordinarily say, so I'm going to leave it there. I did see one hand raised, and it appears that this individual wishes to request an item, to make comment on an item or request an item be pulled. Should we go to that person, Deputy City Clerk?
Certainly. We have a hand raised from Mayra Amador. Please state your name for the record and state which item you'd like to be pulled.
Hi, my name is Myra Amador, and I'd like to make a comment on item 6.
Okay, should we, I'm going to ask, just one moment, if you don't mind. I'm going to ask a clarifying question of the city attorney. Do we want to go ahead and pull this item then, or do we just accept the comment?
You can do either. If they're just making a comment, then you can accept the comment at this time and not pull it. Okay. If the council wishes to deliberate or discuss it, then you should pull it.
Council, any sense of that? No, everything seems fine. All right, please go ahead. Thank you for indulging my question. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Myra Amador, and I'm with the San Mateo County Health's Tobacco Prevention Program. I serve as staff for the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition, which has actively advocated for smoke-free and tobacco-free policies throughout the county for over 30 years. Their efforts aim to protect community members, especially youth, from the harms of tobacco use. Enforcement and compliance continue to be important pieces of effective policy implementation. We hope to receive the results of the minor decoy operations when available, and we invite the council and police department to attend a future Tobacco Education Coalition general meeting to provide progress on the grant activities. Please reach out to us if you need support with educational materials. We're happy to serve as a resource. You can reach the San Mateo County Tobacco Prevention Program by phone at 650-573-3777 or by email at tobaccoprevention@smcgov.org. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no further hands, I'll bring it back to council.
I move that we approve the consent items as stated, items 1 through 6.
Second.
Motion to approve the consent calendar by Councilmember O'Neill and seconded by Councilmember Vaterlas. I'll now call council members for their votes. Councilmember Big Stick.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Yes.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes.
And the consent calendar items passed with a vote of 5-0.
Very well. We'll move on to oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the city council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during oral communications, provided, however, that during the oral communications portion of the agenda, only items not on the agenda for that meeting may be addressed. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body and not to any member thereof. Council members shall not enter into debate with speakers under oral communications. A maximum time of 3 minutes will be allowed for any speaker. Pursuant to Pacifica Municipal Code Title II, Chapter 1, Section 2-1.118, any person making impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the council shall be called to order by the presiding officer, and if such conduct continues, may, at the discretion of the presiding officer, be ordered barred from further audience before the council during the meeting. With that statement, we will take public comment for items not on the agenda this evening. And I'll turn it over to Deputy City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer. Our first speaker tonight is Mary Ann Waterman, who will be followed by Aaron Wood. Please state your name for the record when you're unmuted.
Oh, hello, council members. Thank you. It's my first time here, Mary Ann Waterman. I own the property that is adjacent to 650 Cape Breton. And I have not, like I said, I have not addressed you yet. So how is everyone? Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor, Pro Mayor, all the council members. So we have many concerns about issuing rezoning for the enterprise that wants to move on to the corral. I've written emails. I've been on every planning meeting, boisterous, since January. Besides the fact that they have services 5 days a week, the noise, the litter, the traffic, the outsiders in our town. Cape Breton Drive is a narrow residential street. One of those streets where when you go up and someone's coming down, you have to scooch over. How could you possibly have hundreds of cars on a street like that daily? We are one of the furthest streets from the police and the fire in all of Pacifica. So we would use all the resources in Pacifica to police it, and God forbid there's a fire or any other disturbance. When we purchased the property, they said they could not develop on the land any residential houses because the hillside is unstable. So how could you entertain the notion of having a commercial property on an unstable hillside? I want to know if you've done the environmental impact report, what the noise and the construction could do, the vibrations back in the valley and the hillside. I am very concerned. My daughter lives in the home, 2 young children, another one on the way. I'm just concerned about the safety of the community, besides the fact that this is a cul-de-sac. We purchased in Pacifica to have the beautiful Pacifica, the community, the families. My husband lived on Yosemite Drive for 25 years, grew up, Terra Nova High School. His name is up in the gym for football. But this is our community, and to have this huge enterprise take over is disturbing. So far, they have had plumbers and trucks and construction, and I know that there was the stop work order, but prior to that, they still were moving ahead. So thank you for listening to me, and I really would like this not to be zoned for this enterprise. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Aaron Wood, who will be followed by Art Kiesel. Please state your name for the record.
Aaron Wood. Sometimes that INC has made the news. October 15th, 2013, more than 1.5 million people converged on the Philippine capital Monday for a powerful evangelical event, causing traffic chaos that shut down large parts of the megacity. The gathering forces all schools and some government offices to close. Manila's governing authority urged private employers to give their staff a paid day off to avoid traffic. July 26th, 2015, heavy traffic due to INC anniversary. Government has deployed hundreds of policemen to secure the celebration. The traffic buildup started at around 1 a.m. January 1st, 2016, INC started the new year with a huge bang, achieving 3 new Guinness World Record titles to add to its growing collection. Around 100,000 people attended the festivities. The main event was the largest fireworks display, which was launched as the clock struck midnight and continued for a breathtaking hour. Total number of fireworks, 810,904. March 10th, 2017, INC compound continued to yield a sea of firearms. Police first raided the compound on March 2nd after obtaining a search warrant and rounded up 32 occupants, 5 guns, and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. In another search, 56 rifles, 18 pistols, 27 hand grenades, 62 rifle grenades, and over 17,000 rounds of ammunition were found inside a secret room, according to police. The newly found weapons were mostly high-powered and discovered in a secret room on the ground floor. July 13th, 2018, Carmageddon, traffic rerouting for INC event. At least 200,000 INC members are expected. January 11th, 2020, INC starts new decade with record-breaking event. More than 65,000 attendees. INC conducted simultaneous events in more than 500 venues in 156 countries spanning 6 continents on that same day. This is a continuing effort on our part. We'll only get bigger and better for 2020 and the new decade. An INC spokesperson said, quote, "We really apologize for those who were inconvenienced. Maybe they can just pass this off as a minor sacrifice to help their countrymen," end quote. INC in the back of the valley is an accident waiting to happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Art Kiesel, you'll be our next speaker, followed by Chris Redfield. Please state your name for the record.
We're not
Kiesel, you're our
hearing.
next speaker.
Oh, there we go. Okay, the clock is starting now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Madam Mayor and council members, my name's Art Kiesel, former mayor and council member of Foster City. I'm here to address the erosion of local control as a result of the flood of bills being put forth by the California legislature. I am sure that the Pacifica City Council is in the progress of watching Senate Bill 9 and 10 and how they would affect Pacifica. Although these 2 bills are focused on housing, I'm not here as an advocate for or against housing. I'm here to address the impact that these bills could have on the loss of local control. Section 4, which is the last section of the proposed Senate Bill 9 text, and I'm going to quote that, "The legislature finds and declares that ensuring access to affordable housing is a matter of statewide concern and not a municipal affair," as that term is used in Section 5 and so on. Not a municipal affair. As a member of the City Council alumni, I find this phrase condescending and an insult to the capability of elected City Council members. I read this to mean that you, the local city councils, are incapable of making the decisions that the 120 and the state legislature deem appropriate, and so the state will make them for you. With the over 450 cities spread over 58 counties covering over 160,000 square miles, how is it possible that just 820 legislators can create an effective one-size-fits-all? Unless there is an effective effort to let Sacramento know that cities are objecting to the usurping of their control or what they should be over what should be local matters, the erosion of control over local matters will continue. How long before the city councils will be relegated to just figureheads? And even worse, your constituents will have little recourse on decisions made on their behalf. and as they will only be electing council members into sterile positions. I hope the Pacifica City Council joins the growing list of cities and council members throughout the state by looking into passing a resolution in support of maintaining local control and or adding your names to the list of city council members. You should have already received a communication from Council Member Mike Griffiths from Torrance urging you to adopt the resolution and a proposal draft. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Chris Redfield, you'll be next, followed by Suzanne Moore. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Chris Redfield. Thank you, staff and council. Wow, it was interesting that public comment was possible at the closed session. I was unaware of that. Today, I read the propaganda posted on the ACLU website entitled, pun intended, California suburbs are banishing RV residents. In regard to residents, RV residents, they have lived in RV parks here for years, legally. When should it be okay to flaunt laws and societal norms and attempt extortion to that end? This article is filled with lies, falsehoods, misrepresentations, misinterpretations, embellishments, and secondhand storytelling. This is 98% fiction. The attempt to sway public sentiment by stating the OSV is cruel, unconstitutional, and backward is an embarrassment to the legitimate arguments the ACLU should be proud of and known for. The stories of Sean, Linda, and Jared very clearly by their own testimony show the vivid effects of bad life choices. Pacifica does not and never has offered medical diagnosis or treatment. The county does. Pacifica has never offered on-street parking for any RV. Pacifica has for decades had existing ordinances specifically relating to legal RV storage and sleeping in vehicles. I again want to thank those Pacificans who played by the rules for years following existing codes. I was on the task force. The county was about as helpful to our many requests as giving a glass of water to a drowning man. The county and Mr. Horsley played politics, leaving the cities on their own for the most part. Over the 3 to 4 years this has been prevalent in Pacifica, it is and will remain the opinion of the majority of Pacificans who are represented by city council what a clean, safe, solvent city should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne Moore, followed by Anita Reese. Please state your name for the record.
Suzanne Moore. It's hard to believe it, but we're fast approaching May, which is both Mental Health Month and Affordable Housing Month. We now recognize that housing is necessary for life and health. Our county is dedicated to the proposition of housing first to stabilize physical and mental health for the individual, family, and our community as a whole. Project Home Key funds are available from the county to provide safe parking and transitional housing as a pathway for permanent housing for our unhoused. Those funds have created safe parking and shelters in Redwood City, a shelter in Half Moon Bay, and is now being considered in the city of San Mateo. Please work with the county to create safe parking and transitional housing here in Pacifica for those living and working in Pacifica and on the coast. We are grateful to Half Moon Bay for generously accepting referrals from Pacifica. Thank you, City Council, for your continued efforts.
Thank you.
Anita Reese, followed by Adrian Shaw. Please state your name for the record.
Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center. I want to thank the City Council and City staff for your ongoing support while we continue to respond to the ongoing pandemic and its impact on Pacifica residents. Our office continues to be open to the public on Monday and Tuesday mornings, Wednesday and Thursday afternoons, and Fridays 9 to 1. During all other times during our regular office hours, we are available by phone. We expect to add more open office hours in April now that the county is in the orange tier and more of our staff are getting access to the vaccine. Our grocery program continues weekly at the American Legion Hall at 555 Buell on Wednesdays. If you or someone you know needs groceries, please contact PRC to sign up for an appointment or to pick up our groceries at our grocery drive-through. Otherwise, you can go to the American Legion after 3:30 and we'll serve you as quickly as we can. I will note that we are closed on March 31st and will not have a distribution next Wednesday. This Wednesday we'll have one, next Wednesday we won't. But if anybody needs groceries, they can still contact us and we'll make sure that we can get some out to folks. PRC continues to help folks who are unable to pay their rent or mortgage. To maximize support for renters who are behind on their rent due to COVID, we are encouraging folks to apply for the state and federal funds administered through LISC. Funds are now available and the online application can be found at housingiskey.com. For folks who apply for this funding, they can get up to a year's worth of rent paid if property owners are willing to take 80% of what is owed from April 2020 through March 2021. We are encouraging folks to apply even if they only owe a couple months, because if there are any funds left after back rent is paid, there is potential to get future rent paid as well for the next 3 months. If folks need help applying or need additional information, they can definitely call PRC for more information. We are planning to provide some supports to folks who are unable to get online or have difficulty uploading documents. We'll also continue our Unhoused on the Coast outreach work. Please continue to contact our UC Outreach staff by email at ucoutreach@pacresourcecenter.org or by calling Outreach Specialist Daniel Gardner at 650-575-4861 or Marlon Morales at 650-387-4458 if you know or see someone who's living on the streets, in an encampment, or in a vehicle. Tax filing deadline has been extended until May 17th. While we are offering free tax services, we're currently at capacity, but if you or someone you know needs help preparing and filing your taxes, please contact us by phone or email at taxes@pacresourcecenter.org to join our wait list. We are hoping that we'll have more appointments available now that it's been extended. So to reach us, contact 650-738-7470 or email at info@pacresourcecenter.org or at our website at pacresourcecenter.org. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adrian Shaw, you're our next speaker, followed by Aaron Macias. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Adrian Shaw, resident of Lindemar. I'd like to speak regarding 650 Cape Breton. While I haven't had the pleasure of living in Pacifica as long as some of my wonderful neighbors, I do have experience living near a megachurch in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. The experience was so terrible that it caused us to move when our lease was up. We needed to schedule our lives around a church that we did not attend. The traffic would get so backed up that we would be unable to get back out to the main road or to get back in to go home. Whenever there was a service, a Bible study, things like that. And these were, it was a 4-lane road, 2 lanes of traffic both ways, so substantially bigger than what we have here. With this, I'm very concerned about the proposed use of 650 Cape Breton, and I thank you so much for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Macias, please state your name for the record.
Good evening. This is Erin Macias of Lindemar. As I stated prior to the start of the actual council meeting, while Senator Becker was with us, safe parking and tents are not housing. They are substandard living situations for people who are in survival mode. I read the lawsuit against the city of Pacifica filed by the ACLU on behalf of a few Pacifica residents and a transient who came to Pacifica after he was convicted of cruelty to children. Why do I mention that incident? Those living in vehicles have had a variety of personal circumstances, and the inability to vet those living in our community is a public safety issue. I would like to see the city attorney fight this lawsuit on the basis of the statements made in the lawsuits are false. They create a legal precedent, not only for Pacifica, but also for other communities who are equally impacted by the influx of RVs and unhoused. What is not mentioned is the fact that this is an environmental justice issue, as it impacts those who do want to travel, visit, surf, spend tourist dollars, come to Pacifica, spend the night. Substandard living should not be the goal. Providing housing with plumbing, employment training opportunities, mental health services, and other health-related services should be the priority here. Please instruct the city attorney to build a defense with the evidence that includes the refusal of housing vouchers. Those living in houses on wheels have alternate means of transportation, and please address this as an ADA accommodation issue and not a discrimination case, with the responsibility falling on the county, not individual municipalities. This lawsuit is absurd, it is frivolous, and it is unfair to an already struggling Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Beckmeyer, there are no other hands raised at this time.
All right, then we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for council communications.
Can we please take 5 minutes?
Yes, we will take a 5-minute break. Let's return at 7:41. Communications. Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I'm slightly annoyed that I don't get to play Beach Bites Bingo. To be fair, I was like one glass of wine away from winning it this week, so I might have to make a stop at Grape in the Fog next week anyway, just so that I can keep on par with everyone who is playing. I did stop at the Red Eye Grill. This time of year, I don't eat meat just for a few days or about a month and a half out of this time of year. And they make this eggplant dish called tawa, which is really good, especially mixed with the rice that they serve. They also have their dessert game on really strong lately. They have a rose petal flavored halava. It's a sesame seed dish. It's kind of a hardened paste of sesame seed, which is really addictive once you start eating it because it's super sweet. Rose petal is not the only flavor they have. They have many different flavors, but that was the one who spoke to me because I'm something of a rose aficionado. If you are eating meat, they have this dish I'm also quite fond of called alanazik, and it's essentially a lamb stew served over a sort of eggplant and garlic yogurt puree. really, really good. They do wonderful things with lamb and really good food over there in the Manor District. That's the Red Eye Grill. So I encourage everyone to check that out. My other bit of not exactly city business, that's city business. As things are starting to reopen, I was very excited to get back to the movie theaters. I actually wanted to catch that film, Promising Young Woman, while it was still in the theater, and was happy to. But my favorite theater is actually in the San Francisco. The Metreon has this IMAX screen that's truly beautiful and a step above other IMAX screens. And they had playing, and I think it's the last day they were showing it, Raya and the Last Dragon, which is the most recent Disney animated feature. And I was happy I was able to catch it on that screen because it's truly marvelously beautiful. The animation is gorgeous. But more than that, the trope of the film was about trust. And as I was watching it, it struck a chord with me in a very deep place because it spoke to this larger global and national experience we're all having, but it also struck me in a chord on the local level because quite often I know that we receive messages or we overhear others giving to each other messages that have something to do with not being able to trust one another. And in a community, the way we build our community is by learning to trust one another. And so I definitely encourage everyone to check out this movie. Again, it's really beautiful, but this idea of somehow learning to put aside mistrust, even a little bit, to reach out past it, to start learning how to work together beyond it, is how we create communal trust, or even trust between two people, wherever you're at in your experience. And so I wanted to just mention that because it really hit home with me as I was watching it. Okay, so beyond that, I did get my second vaccination shot at the Oakland Coliseum a week ago. So I'm about a week away from feeling completely safe, or as close to it as government work would have it. I, again, used the website myturn.ca.gov. It was a very simple website to use. My experience was I had an appointment rather quickly, and within 2 days, I was there getting the shot, and they scheduled me the second shot at the same time. So I certainly encourage everyone to go to myturn.ca.gov to get their vaccination. The day after the last city council meeting, I had a date with code enforcement. So I learned a little bit more about how code enforcement works. Again, like so many things, as the city has it, it's not so much a sprint as a marathon. And the idea behind code enforcement is that they're trying to get people back up to code. And for those who are not prone to getting back up to code, there are enforcement mechanisms that are progressive as it occurs to us more and more a problem. But generally, it seems like they have a pretty good track record of getting folks up to code. Big takeaway, like we were discussing at the last city council meeting, if on the weekend you're seeing something that's not cool, call the non-emergency police department number and they'll refer it to code enforcement, or you can get in contact with code enforcement directly on the weekdays. Certainly, if you see something going on that's not cool, document it with photo or video evidence and use specific descriptions so that code enforcement knows exactly what they're looking for so that they can bring those in violation up to code. There was a Economic Development Committee meeting I was in attendance of later that day. I wasn't the principal, but I was there, and it was delightful to see once again how Economic Committee is developing and trying to get us to that place where our businesses are sound. I attended on the following Thursday, the 11th, a Samtrans seminar. It was entitled Who We Are and Where We Are Going. They had a new acting general manager and CEO. The part that I found to be somewhat more useful was just this website, www.reimaginesamtrans.com. They're just recalibrating and trying to figure out the most useful way to serve. And so to my fellow council people or any members of the public, reimaginesamtrans.com, let them know what you think so that hopefully we can get the best service possible. I had my emergency preparedness committee meeting on the 17th. They began with a fairly robust discussion about bike and pedestrian safety on the beach path along the beach over at Lindemar. They were discussing socializing good behavior, as a number of the committee members had been observing things that not infrequently were not good behavior. And so they were just kind of contemplating how to get people on board. And they created a subcommittee to address the issue. They weren't sure if Parks, Beaches, and Rec might be able to address it, or OSPAC might be able to address it, but they created the subcommittee to start investigating that and see what they could do to make the path more safe and friendly. March 22nd, which is today, through Friday, is Tsunami Preparedness Week. On Thursday, there's going to be an earthquake and tsunami preparedness course. And you can find the info through the city website if you'd like. And there's going to be a tsunami communications test. It's an exercise through the services on the 24th. So that's what's going on this week. And there's going to be an emergency services council meeting, of which, of course, we participate, on April 15th coming up. After that, there was a presentation on Zone Haven, led by Deputy Chief Todd Johnson and our own Captain Clements. And that was very interesting for me as somebody who is deeply concerned about fire safety. One huge takeaway, right now you can go to myzone.zonehaven.com so that you can quote unquote know your zone. Bottom line, you understand how you fit in this program of getting us out, heaven forbid should something happen, and you'll feel more prepared immediately. So don't hesitate, go to myzone.zonehaven.com. They have added a wildfire, or they're about to add wildfire preparedness to the city's disaster preparedness page. So keep an eye out for that. That's coming up. And there's also this Ready, Set, Go wildfire action plan, which you'll be able to find at readyforwildfire.org. So there's a lot of good resources out there right now so that those who have a particular vested interest in getting prepared for the potential wildfire season will hopefully be able to at least have a plan, and in that way put their minds at ease a little bit, if nothing else. And the next meeting for that will be on April 21st. Saturday, I attended the Pacifica and Daly City Democratic Club meeting where Josh Becker spoke, and we just got to hear him, so that was all good. And there's a Peninsula Clean Energy meeting coming up on Thursday at 6:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you.
Okay, so remember that we had signs up that said Pacificans United Against Hate. I attended in Daly City on Saturday a Stop AAPI Hate. 3,700 to 4,000 incidences of Asian hate. So please, everyone, Pacificans United Against Hate. Let's all be united against all hate. This is just uncalled for. And it was a moving experience to go to. I also went to the Democratic meeting with Josh Becker. I attended a tiny bit of the Flood Sea Level Rise Committee, so I can't tell you about that. We did, Mary and I, or Mary, COVID questions with council, and we had the superintendent, and she was of Jefferson, and she was very informative. And I would like to encourage more people to come on the 26th. We have Curtis Chan, who is from the county health, and it'll be a really good conversation, and I'd encourage people to come. And if you can't come during the day, look it up on YouTube and watch it later. we definitely have more people watching later than watch at the time we're doing it. I also went to the City and County Association of Governments legislative meeting where there are 2,500 new bills. So we get a couple of bills, but there are so many, it's impossible to go through all of them. But we get highlights on certain ones that affect our county and transportation and housing. The City and County Association of Governments regular board meeting. The main topic was we talked about equity for people in the express lanes, because part of the reason that some of us objected to the express lanes in the beginning was because they have another name. It's called Lexus lanes, because people will pay to go in them, and to try to figure out a system so that other people who can't afford to pay do have the ability to go in those lanes too. That was interesting. And green streets, which we have a couple of green streets examples, and bike and ped demonstrations. I was on the COVID Recovery Council, and we talked about the new rent rent for landlords, so that landlords can take some of the rent, and so that tenants aren't also stuck with the burden of paying all of their rent, which Anita Reese talked about. I have talked to several people, and I saw some peer misinformation on social media. And frankly, I will hope that people ask for the information first before they post things on social media that are just really not accurate. So call somebody and ask first, and that would really help. So again, I'm going to end with Pacificans United Against Hate. Thank you. And I do see that Wayne Lee has his hand up, even though we are finished with public comment. But I can't send him a message.
All right, I'll jump in. Hello, everybody. Councilmember Vados, I'm so glad you were there on Saturday. I really am. That's beautiful. There's also going to be a sign waving event happening this Friday. Hold on, I had it pulled up. Stand in solidarity with the Asian Pacific Islander community against acts of hate, violence, misogyny, and racism. Friday, March 26th from 4:30 to 5:30 at Highway 1 in front of the Pacifica Moose Lodge. Park on Maury Point Road or in the Maury Point lot. Bring your signs and wear your masks. It's hosted by Pacifica Social Justice. Then also keep your eye out. There's going to be another event. One is in the planning stages right now. So I'll get more information to you about that as it gets planned. We can't talk about it enough. So, and Pacific Coast Television is having a webinar about creating podcasts from home. And it's on March 27th at 1 p.m. So if anybody's interested in that, it's an hour-long webinar, and they are supplying services to our community through COVID. So thank you, PCT. We appreciate you. On the 10th of March, I went to the Anti-Displacement Coalition. Thank you for the invitation. Daniel Saver was speaking that day. He's actually working for ABAG now, which is interesting. I'm sure y'all remember our attorney friend, Daniel Saver. And he was talking about the housing element and anti-displacement policies. And I actually learned a whole lot about RHNA numbers. You know, coming into this work, it's not like I was trained on RHNA numbers, right? Like I didn't even know what they meant. And so I learned so much about them that night. At that meeting. Just about the planning process and things that need to happen, the needs assessment and the site inventory and the policies and programs. There's so much of it, so much involved with creating the RHNA numbers and then actually putting them into the housing element. So I know that there's going to be a ton of work that's going to be done in our city, but I appreciated the education because now I feel like I understand what everybody's talking about when they talk about arena numbers. So that was really helpful for me. I attended the Age Friendly Coalition meeting where we talked about all of the different things that we're doing in the Age Friendly Coalition. So I talked earlier about the cars, the catching a ride for seniors. So that's happening. And if you know any seniors who need a ride, it's a $5 one-way ride for a senior and their friends. So it's by the ride, not by the person, which is cool. We're also looking at doing an age-friendly business outreach and information gathering. We're starting that so that we can create kind of along the lines of the Beach Bite, Pacifica Beach Bite Bingo, like just another way to promote our businesses and to talk about age-friendly practices. So that's actually really exciting. We would like to bring some new people into the coalition. So if you know anybody, let me know. I also went to the Samtrans thing, Tiger, and there was a ton of information, and they're doing a whole reorg is what it seemed like to me, and they're talking about Caltrain as well too. So definitely go on that website and take a look. I attended the open space and park meeting, OSPAC, on the 17th. We talked a lot about the parcel on Higgins, and there's quite a few parcels that are looking at developing, so we're going to keep an eye on those. Cattle Hill Trail and the trails need attention, so it costs money, to keep up the trails. And when they are being cut and they're eroded, it makes it hard to keep up. So OSPAC is looking at that to see how much things will cost and what we could possibly be a part of to take care of those trails. Talked a lot about scooters and electric bikes that are pretty much tearing up the trails up Sweeney Ridge and around. So yeah, that's definitely an issue. And then, so I want to say this publicly because I feel so bad that I didn't fight a little more at our goal setting for like a parking, just talking about parking at Maurice Point, but everywhere, like parking in Pedro Point, parking just in general. And so just listen for it because I'm going to be talking about parking a lot coming up, especially because we're going to be looking at the goals and priorities again before we approve them. So I just want the folks at OSPAC to know that I'm going to keep trying. We have a subcommittee that we're going to meet with GGNRA. That hasn't happened yet, but I'm really looking forward to it just to see what kind of information we can bring to each other to move things forward. It's a problem everywhere. And I didn't get to bring it up today with Senator Becker, but I think I'll send him a message about that just, because we are impacted. The weekends are just like, whoa, crazy here. So I also attended the Tech Equity Collaborative where they are talking about the future of California policies. Assemblymember David Chu, Assemblymember Lorena Gonzalez, Assemblymember Buffy Wicks, and Senator Scott Wiener were all present. And so they talked a lot about all the different, and like Sue Barlaw said, there's so many bills. And so the ones that I learned about that day were AB 1188, which is talking about rental registry. There's so many. I'm not going to go on the list of all the things that I learned that day. But there are a lot of things coming up and we can talk about them as they come up. Where am I now? Oh, I met this morning with Mike, forget his last name. Sorry, Mike, from Local 5 to talk about the possibility of getting some hazard pay for our essential workers at Safeway specifically, and possibly at other large establishments in our community. So that was a very interesting conversation. And then I appreciated him coming in and talking to me. That's it. Thank you so much, everybody.
Okay, I had a lot of meetings the past 2 weeks since the last council meeting, but more in my role as the officer in the union and reopening schools. So that was my calendar. I did have a LAFCO meeting, which really didn't have anything directly with Pacifica involved on it. But I won't say anything about reopening schools because it seems to change every hour. So I will let the school districts deal with that. Okay. Other than that, that's about it.
Okay, well, I attended a few meetings since our last meeting, and like Council Member Big Stick, I too had my second COVID vaccine shot, which was super exciting. And I will say I got sick. And you read about it and hear about it, and I was that person. So if you are that person too, or you, I'm just going to give you the advice that my sister gave me, and I really appreciate it, to drink a lot of water and get some rest the day before. And of course, this was specific to me, you know, knowing me as she does, but I really appreciated it because I did not feel well for 2 days after the shot. But, you know, I take heart in the fact that that means my immune system is working. So, or, you know, chose to work in that way, let's say. So that was good. Prior to that, we did have the Economic Development Committee meeting on the 9th, and Council Member O'Neill brought a wonderful speaker to us who I wish I could remember her name, but she is the director of the Half Moon Bay Chamber of Commerce. Crystalline. And
Yes.
she was so engaging and fun and inspiring and energetic, with just some really, really practical, sensible, easy to implement ideas that she personally implemented in Half Moon Bay in terms of social media and keeping businesses at the forefront of the community. Just with little shout outs and things that, you know, are not grand programs. We wish we all had the funds and the time and everything else for grand programs, but this was just a great inspiration to me about just little ways to help, even if you can't do huge things. So I think that was really beneficial, and I appreciate Councilmember O'Neill that you went to that effort to bring her to us, and you will be bringing us more, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Go ahead, Mike, say it, because I won't even say it right.
The next speaker at the next EDC meeting is the San Mateo County Business Assistance Center. And they offer training basically for businesses to put marketing plans in, how to get capital, how to apply for COVID grants, etc. So I would really encourage, and it's all free. There's no charge for it. So I would encourage any of the business owners here in town to tune in, and the EDC meets 6 o'clock on the second Tuesday of the month. Check the city's website and you can, you know, join the meeting via Zoom. And I'm looking forward to hearing them and seeing what they.
Oh, you just went away.
And see what they can offer some of our citizens and businesses here in town for assistance, and also just how to be a business person, how to put together a budget, how to put together a marketing plan, how to, you know, run a business. So
yeah,
I don't know if we'll be able to cover all those topics, but that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I think it'll be really useful and beneficial. Thanks for doing that, Mike. I did my very best to attend as much of the Coastal Commission meeting as I could, which, you know, when I say meeting, it's not just one, it's 3 days. Sometimes a fourth are added. So it's all day. And, you know, when you have a job, it's super challenging to try to juggle all these things. But it is also really useful and beneficial and helpful and enlightening. So that was March 10th, 11th, and 12th. I had a brief Zoom meeting with a woman who is part of a new group that is forming in San Mateo County that I need to give you council members specific information about. I will give that to you through City Manager Woodhouse. Her name is Margie Power, and it is a leadership related group, and it seems terrific. There's it's a nonprofit, and they're really looking to link business leaders, civic leaders, nonprofit leaders for mutual benefit, so there's interplay and cross-pollination, and there are good models of this in larger cities like Redwood City, for example, and San Mateo, which one or both of them worked with, I think this Redwood City one. Often these are outshoots of pretty large and well-funded chambers of commerce. And so it's not a big surprise to me that we don't have something like this specifically. It's nothing you would have in a little city like Pacifica, but it's a great opportunity for lots of little cities to come together. And I understand that Half Moon Bay is pretty all in on this. I did send some information to the city manager, very sketchy early information. I will get detailed information out to council members and to anyone else who's interested about that. I mentioned about my COVID shot, which I'm all better from. I really am. I just, it was sort of significant. And let me think. I know I had something else that I did, but I can't remember because I have been very engaged in the returning to school site plans. So I really just want to make one little tiny side commentary about this returning to school, this phrase we have been using about returning to school, returning to school. School has been going on since August, and school went on from March until school got out for summertime back a year ago. I was just reflecting on, it was actually St. Patrick's Day 2020 that we just were lit, like I imagine a cartoon, like we're flinging Chromebooks out to people in my job to get technology into the hands of families so that students could do work. And that's just been kind of an ongoing thing all year long. Luckily we have been able to, after a lot of delay, because everyone in the country was trying to get more Chromebooks. In the Pacifica School District, we were able to get more. And so it's been a process of continuously supporting that. But now it's a matter of planning really, really, really detailed plans that I am personally not that involved in, but just keeping up on what the latest plan is about directions and which door different grades will go in and out of and what time and all of this. So it's exciting and it's pretty all consuming right now. I think that is really all I had to add. I will say that I've spent quite a bit of time lately. Oh, I know. I had a Coastal Cities Group leadership committee meeting on Thursday. This is the League of Cities, Coastal Cities Group Leadership Committee. And City Manager Woodhouse attends with me. Last time, Assistant City Manager Wermeister was able to come and really, really helpful with us putting together questions, survey questions that went out to all coastal cities, and we're waiting for responses about their experiences working with Coastal Commission staff around submitting a major update or amendment to their LCP. When was the last time they did it to their local coastal plan? When was the last time they did it? How did it go? What worked? What didn't? Suggestions, best practices. That's the nature of the survey. And so we'll be getting, I think the results are due back to League of Cities on Wednesday, and then hopefully for the next meeting we'll have more I can report back. So along with fine tuning that process, that's an agenda for the Coastal Cities Leadership Group, working on defining in a way that is relevant for different communities as opposed to kind of a blanket for the whole state, what new development means in the coastal zone in terms of the Coastal Act, in terms of your last LCP, in terms of how all these terms and all these overlapping times come together, and really working with the legislature, with the, this is the League of Cities, which is now called Cal Cities, but there's also, I forgot the name of it, an equivalent for county supervisors. So that group with the cities group, with the legislator group, and they're working together to really answer these questions and hone in on what it is that is the hang up and where those sticking points are. Because they're not unique to Pacifica, they're not unique to Northern California. It's so interesting to learn how much we have in common with Imperial Beach, which is the southernmost place you can be in California practically before you're in Mexico. And yet, because it's small, underfunded, has a lot of infrastructure built out right on the coast that was pre-Coastal Act, very much like Pacifica. So it's a useful and beneficial process that you'll be hearing more and more about as this unfolds. So please ask me any questions that you may have anytime on that. So that was just last Thursday, more to come on that. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Sue Gatterloss has her hand up.
Okay. Wayne Lee is the former mayor of Millbrae, and since he's a little too late to do public comment, I asked him to send me what he wanted to indicate. And there is an Asian Pacific Islander caucus doing a press conference, Support and Protect San Mateo County Asian Community, Wednesday, March 24th. 11 a.m. at Central Park in San Mateo, and then online, Protecting Asian San Mateo County, March 27th, 2021, Saturday, 11 to noon. And register at www.smcapi.org. And various people will be commenting that day. Okay, and thank you, Wayne, for sending this over.
Thank you very much for that. Thanks for getting that through, Sue. And if I could circle back on that same topic in a related topic to something that Mayor Pro Tem that you announced about this Friday that I didn't write down fast enough. I think I got that it was on Friday at 1. Nope, see? Could you go over that one more time?
I can, absolutely. It is this Friday from 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. on Highway 1 in front of Pacifica Moose Lodge,
Okay, so that's what I thought when you said Maury Point, and then you said parking at the Maury Point parking area.
Yeah, they just have that on their flyer, so I was just reading their flyer.
That, and I'm going to embellish on that, not that they asked me to, but I'm going to just remind people or tell them for the first time if they don't know that there are 5 parking places there. There is no parking there. So please go there early. I'm going to ask you, get your steps in. You can park further down outside of Fairway Park West. You can park down near the golf course. Just take a few extra steps and then meet up at that location. It'll really help the neighborhood and help the cause. Thank you.
Thank you.
And City Manager Woodhouse, you are up.
Great, thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer, Mayor Pro Tem Beer, and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I did want to add a little bit of information and ask a question of the council, but just related to the Asian hate crimes press conference that will occur. And as was mentioned, Wayne Lee is in the audience, and so as part of my presentation, it may be appropriate if you wanted to allow Mr. Lee to speak. But what I'll add to that is he probably wanted to announce the press conference that's going to occur. in addition, that's in conjunction with the San Mateo County Police Chiefs and Sheriff's Association. And as you know, our Pacifica Police Chief, Dan Steidel, is the president of that association. And so Chief Steidel will be making some comments as part of that press conference. So if the council would prefer, perhaps Mr. Lee has additional information that he would like to say, given that it's such a significant issue and concern right now. If so, I could finish my comments and then we could turn to Mr. Lee. Okay. Other things that I wanted to announce is, the great news, as everyone knows, moving to the orange tier. And as some council members and the mayor mentioned, the transition related to schools, particularly of importance to the city, is our child care program. And one of the pieces of information that I conveyed to Senator Becker's staff is currently the state guidelines for the cohort size for childcare is limited to 14. The social distancing guidelines for schools has changed from 6 feet to 3 feet, as my understanding is. And so we're really looking and working on, in order to expand more capacity for our childcare services, which is, a critical component to reopening and people getting back to work, is to be able to expand the childcare numbers. And so the state really needs to, while staying health safe, come up with new cohort sizes. So Director Perez and all of the childcare staff are really paying attention and working with the state on that front. It was great to see the inaugural drawing of the Beach Bites Bingo program. While we wouldn't participate in the drawing portion of that program, certainly we all encourage everybody to spend their money and frequent the restaurants and make it fun at the same time and try to do the bingo. The briefing with Senator Becker came at a good time in that the city council had its goal setting session recently. So in putting together the briefing notes for Senator and his staff, it was a great opportunity to reflect and sort of consolidate all the output from the council's goal setting, which leads me to talk a little bit about the significant items that will be on the next city council meeting on April 12th, which is the council considering the adoption of the goals, as well as the kickoff to our significant budget process for this year. That will include the long-term financial forecast and what I call the narrative budget report, which includes some budget strategies to be recommended. And not unimportant to all of that is, as I mentioned in the study session with Senator Becker, tracking, we're spending time to track and learn about how the American Rescue Act plan monies may come to the city and strings that may be attached to that money. So we know it's going to be a significant undertaking to be documenting all of the revenues lost that the city has lost, other types of impacts due to coronavirus. So we're spending a good amount of time in order to learn about what that plan will bring for us. And it's very important to this year's budget development strategies. Also, one of the outcomes from goal setting, you recall, was mention of, as we start to work on the housing element update, is to hold a really educational session about the housing element and about the regional housing needs allocation numbers. And we're looking at late April for that educational session. So definitely encourage as many members of the public to be participating in that. It may or may not be on the same day, as a study session prior to the April 26th city council meeting. But we're targeting sort of the late April timeframe. And that completes my comments. So at the council's prerogative, you could have Mr. Lee join to speak.
Absolutely. We would love to have Wayne Lee join us and make as many comments as he would like. Hi, Wayne.
Hi, thank you. I thank you for indulging this very important topic. As you know, Asian hate crimes and attacks have rose 150% in the last year. We are trying to address that by trying to show that our law enforcement, our safety officers are very serious about winning over racism and violence due to racism. And we thank Tree Steidel for stepping up and participating in this press conference on San Mateo this Wednesday at 11 o'clock. We're asking people to wear yellow vests that you can get at a hardware store to protest against institutional racism. The only way we're going to defeat racism is if we do it together, as many of you have said. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. If we allow this to continue to happen, there'll be not just Asians, there'll be other groups as well. And we just don't want it to let it get out of control. So we all have to come together, and that's what we're doing. And also on Saturday, I want to attend that event on Friday. That sounds really great. So on Saturday, there's also going to be an online discussion on Zoom with the DA and Sheriff Carlos Bolanos to talk about what is the county doing about racism. So I encourage you to come and support the police chiefs on Wednesday, and ask you to help us publicize Saturday's event. And we're trying to belay a lot of stress and anxiety in the community. And thank you for your extraordinary opportunity to speak after your public comment. And I thank you, and I look forward to keep working with you. Thank you very much, City Manager Woodhouse and Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes, thanks, Wayne. Thanks so much for being here and for the work you're doing, which we all support.
We're a team, so I really appreciate your working together with all of us. This is something it's not just us. I know it's a concern for all of you. So I know that as a team we can win.
Thank you. All right then, moving on. Let us turn our attention to our action items for tonight. Since we have no public hearings, we have two consideration items. The first one is item 7, campaign contribution limits and reporting and disclosure regulations in local elections. The proposed action is to receive information on legislation affecting campaign contribution regulations for candidates for elective city offices in local elections in consideration of Assembly Bill 571, AB 571, and Assembly Bill 2151, and City of Pacifica Ordinance 582-CS, and provide direction to staff on the preparation of ordinances relating to campaign contribution limits, electronic filing of campaign disclosure statements, and publication of campaign contributions. So we will have a staff report, and are you starting off, City Manager?
Yes, I'll start off with some introductory comments. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I wanted to provide a couple introductory comments, and I'll turn it over to City Clerk Sarah Coffey who has a more detailed presentation about the essentially 3 parts to this item. But what I wanted to be really clear about from the outset, and this is really important to members of the public as well, is that due to the recent changes in state law, City Clerk Coffey and I agendized this item to bring it forward to ensure that we're complying with state law. And many of the public comments that have been received over the weekend and today seem to suggest that these recommendations would decrease transparency in these campaign contribution matters. However, the recommendations being made are intended to increase transparency and remove duplicative and costly and time-consuming efforts of staff, given the city's lean and constrained staff resources. And I say that because, my recommendations about these matters is based on the idea that the best and most accurate and transparent information is viewing the actual campaign contribution forms that are filed. And the new state law makes that process much more transparent and much more timely. And the recommendation about e-filing options will make that information more readily available quickly to members of the public. Because the alternative, and what the current city ordinance says, is that the onus is on city staff to summarize the campaign contribution information. And that has to be done in very unrealistic timelines that could be prone to mistakes. So the system of law that the state is putting in place is what the best practice is that other cities follow. And that's the underpinning to the recommendations that were being made. And I'll just, at this point, I'll turn it over to City Clerk Coffey to go through those details.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, and thank you, City Manager Woodhouse, for the introduction. This agenda item has to do with campaign contribution limits and reporting and disclosure regulations in local elections. And this is brought up, as City Manager Woodhouse stated, due to recent changes in state law. And this has caused us to want to look at our how we want our local elections information to align with the new state law regulations. In 2019, the California legislature enacted Assembly Bill, or AB 571, and that those regulations became effective January 1st, 2021. AB 571, the basic gist of that legislation is that it imposes certain state default contribution limits on local elections in cities where there's currently no limits established. So the city of Pacifica currently does not have any campaign contribution limits established. And what that means is, with the enactment of AB 571, by the city doing nothing, the state limits will apply in the local elections. And so the current, the Fair Political Practices Commission, every January of odd numbered years will adjust the contribution limits that apply to the state, and which now would apply to cities and counties that do not enact something differently. The current contribution limit is set at $4,900 for the 2021 and 2022 years. And that is $4,900 per individual or business entity or a small contributor or political party committee to a candidate in a local election. So for, in this case, a city council member. So for AB 571, what the city needs to look at is whether the council would like to take no action and just comply with the newly imposed campaign contribution limits that align with the state limits, or the city council can direct staff to enact or draft an ordinance to bring back to adopt different limits, either higher or lower than the state contribution limit. In that case, the ordinance would need to specify what the enforcement regulations and standards would be.
So by aligning with the state limit, the FPPC, or Fair Political Practices Commission, would be the one that would enforce the state imposed limits. However, if the city chooses to adopt different limits, then the city would need to provide for the enforcement of those limits. Or the city council can direct staff to draft an ordinance to come back to specify that no campaign contribution limits shall apply. And that would basically align with the practice of the city up to this point, with no contribution limits. The next item that I'd like to discuss is Assembly Bill 2151, which was enacted by the California legislature in 2020 and also became effective January 1st, 2021. This new legislation requires that local government agencies post campaign statements and reports on the city's website within 72 hours of the filing deadline if they're filed in paper format. So currently, the city of Pacifica, as specified by its ordinance 820-CS, which was enacted in 2017, is posting the paper filed statements on the city's website. So those can be found on the city's website. And that specifies to post those within 2 working days of when they're received. The city also recently contracted with a vendor, NetFile, for electronic reporting of the Statement of Economic Interests, or the otherwise known as the Form 700, which elected officials and some commission members and certain city staff, as directed by the city's Conflict of Interest Code, report on an annual basis. And we enabled that electronic filing through NetFile of these Form 700s recently. And NetFile also provides a platform for electronic filing of the campaign disclosure statements required by the FPPC. In order to allow for electronic filing of the campaign statements, an ordinance needs to be enacted to allow for that, and to specify whether those campaign statements should be mandated electronic filings or voluntary electronic filings, or the city can continue to provide for only paper filings of those. So currently, the city only accepts paper filings of the campaign contribution statements that are required under FPPC, and those need to have an original wet signature and filed with the city clerk for local elections. So that would be local elections for city council seats, as well as any city ballot measures. By contracting with NetFile and allowing for an opportunity to submit these electronically, it makes the filing burden, it eases the filing burden and allows for more ways in order to file these statements. And also it allows for the public to be able to view these statements immediately as they're filed. So that ties in a little bit to the AB 2151, which provides for any paper filed statements to be posted on the agency's or the city's website within 72 hours of the filing deadline. By allowing for electronic reporting of these, the statements are immediately available to the public via the portal on the city's website if they're filed electronically. So the city enacted Ordinance 820 in 2017, and that requires additional publication requirements. for the city related to campaign contribution disclosures. And one of those requirements is publishing a summary of the campaign contributions that are reported on the FPPC campaign disclosure statements that are required 2 months prior to the election date, and another published a week before the election date. And these that presents a few issues with the publication requirement currently, in that the publishing deadlines that are to meet the newspaper publishing deadlines don't align well with the filing deadlines. So for example, in the last election, the Form 460, which is the summary of campaign contributions for city council members, the first pre-election filing deadline was on September 24th of 2020. But the deadline for publication for the first publication of the summary 2 months prior to the election set that date at September 4th, which is prior to the filing deadline for the first the pre-election summary. And there are some other regulations that do require earlier statements to be filed. So for any contributions or expenditures that are $1,000 or more, those need to be filed on a form within 24 hours of receiving or making that payment. So those could be encompassed within that first publication summary. But others, that would be a summary of additional contributions, would not be included in that first summary 2 months prior to the election. The second pre-election deadline for the summary campaign statements on the FPPC forms was due for the November 3rd, 2020 election, was due on October 22nd, by the end of the business day on October 22nd. The election date was November 3rd, and the last publication date for the Pacifica Tribune, which is our local newspaper of general circulation, comes out on Wednesdays, so that was on October 28th. And the deadline to submit items for publication was noon on October 23rd. So that essentially gave mere hours in order to for staff to summarize all of the forms that were submitted to date for the city council race and provide an accurate summary of that information to be published in the local newspaper. So the point of what we're looking at as far as like publication and driving information and transparency is that we want to be able to provide the public the most up-to-date and accurate information possible. By the time the second summary is published, that information could be old. If there was an amendment that was filed after the filing deadline, would not be reflected in the summary. It could be prone with a short turnaround time to keying errors and without the allowance for proper proofreading or peer review of that information. The best and accurate information are reported on the forms themselves that are certified by the person filing and the treasurer for that committee. And those could be made immediately available to the public via an electronic reporting. For those that are still filed on paper, staff would be able to scan and upload those forms into the NetFile platform, and those would still be also available through that electronic NetFile platform. For equity and transparency, for those that don't have access to online, or it's difficult to report online, They can still file by paper if provided for the voluntary reporting, electronic reporting option. And the public is always welcome to request paper copies of those forms, and also can view those forms at City Hall. The other publication requirement for Ordinance 820 is to provide for a scanned copy of the forms on the city's website within 2 working days. So by contracting with a vendor to allow for electronic filing of these, it allows for a faster turnaround time. And for those paper filings, the state law would require those to be provided for on the website within 72 hours of the filing deadline. But process-wise, staff would most likely process those within the allowances that have been provided in Ordinance 820. The final publication requirement for Ordinance 820 was to provide for a press release of any non-filers. So any that were required to be filed and were not filed within the proper deadline for the upcoming election date. And to date, there has been no need to make any of those press releases. So I'm just going to bring up a presentation to summarize and go over the 3 areas that I've discussed, and what the recommendations and the alternatives are for the council to consider. The first is regarding campaign contribution limits, and this slide just summarizes Assembly Bill 571, which became effective this year, imposing state default contribution limits on local elections in cities that don't have an established limit. The state limits, as I mentioned, are adjusted by the Fair Political Practices Commission, or FPPC, in January of odd-numbered years. The current limit is $4,900 per individual per election. So that includes persons, business entities, or political action committees. And also the same limit this year for the 21-22 applies for small contributor committees and political party committees to a local candidate. These limits do not apply to contributions to ballot measure committees, which are not limited. So these would apply only to council candidates. As far as the campaign contribution limits, staff's recommended action, or city manager's recommended action, is to take no further action and adhere to the campaign contribution limits and requirements that were established by AB 571, conforming to the state contribution limits. If council so chooses, they can direct staff to draft an ordinance to establish that no contribution limits shall apply. That would be similar to current practices that the city has had up through the November 2020 election, or an alternative to draft an ordinance to establish a different contribution limit from the state limit, so either a higher or lower limit. And in that case, the city would need to establish enforcement standards and take on the enforcement of those different limits from the state limit. As far as filing of campaign disclosure statements, the recommended action is to draft an ordinance to allow for a voluntary electronic filing option for campaign disclosure statements on the FPPC forms. this electronic filing platform would be provided by NetFile, which the city is currently using now for Form 700 or Statement of Economic Interest reports. Alternatives would be to draft an ordinance to mandate electronic filing of campaign disclosure statements. So for any committees that are receiving or spending $2,000 or more towards a local candidate, those would be required to be filed electronically. Some cities are adopting these mandated electronic filings, so only allowing for very limited cases of paper filings going forward. Many cities moved in this direction due to COVID-19. Another alternative would be to take no further action and continue to allow for paper-only reporting of these campaign disclosure statements, as we're currently doing. As far as publication of campaign contributions, at this time it makes sense with the new legislation and with the consideration of allowing for electronic reporting of campaign statements, which would give the most accurate and up-to-date information, would be to review the requirements that were established by Ordinance 820 in 2017, and look at whether to rescind the requirements that were imposed by that ordinance, or to review the ordinance to adopt different publication requirements for campaign contributions, possibly to better align with the filing deadlines, or to take no further action and continue to apply the publication provisions that were imposed by Ordinance 820. That concludes my staff report on this item, and I invite any council questions at this time.
Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you. First, it's just a basic clarification question with the AB 571 and whatnot. All we're talking about there is those individual donors. I'm going to just use that bubble. I know there's a lot more to it than individual donors. I'm going to call it that for the time being. What we're not talking about tonight is overall upward limit. We're talking about how much, for all intents and purposes, an individual can contribute. And in the case of the state, they're allowing 4,900. And if we don't like that limit, we can choose something else, right?
That's a correct interpretation. So by individual contributor, that would include a person, a business entity, or a political action committee or other such committee.
But we're not talking about overall upward limit at all.
It's not an overall limit. It's a limit per election per contributor.
May I ask one more question? So, City Clerk, if you'd be so kind as to give us a little insight into your process in relation to ordinance number 820, because you know, we received, I counted 27 different messages at least that came through of public concern in regards to transparency, and it sounds like we're heading down a path in which we're fully transparent, except that that bit about the newspaper might get lost in it, except that aside, especially if and when we choose this option of electronic filing, everything's there instantaneously and it's relatively easy to come by. And as I was listening to you, you know, I was first of all struck by the timing of which you're expected to input the campaign information so that it gets into the Tribune. And it seemed like the first one undershoots and leaves out a lot of information that comes from the first 460 filing. And the second one winds up being a rush job where mistakes can be made. And that's just as the ordinance is written, how it translates into real life. And so I was struck by that on the one hand, and on the other hand, I was struck by my experience a few months ago, whereby I know that at least one of the filers had some difficulty to be able to just get the filing. There was some confusion on that person's part, I think, and so the filing came through with a slightly altered timeline than what is suggested. I'm trying to use diplomatic nomenclature because I'm not trying to imply anything about anyone. And even speaking for myself, I know that at one point I misinterpreted a filing deadline. And so for me, becoming aware that it was this Friday and not that Monday, I had to get it to you in a rushed fashion. And I'm saying all of this because I know that just in terms of, us potentially newbie politicians trying to get the filing in order, that part was difficult to get it to you in such a way that it allowed for transparency, not because we weren't trying to be transparent, but because we were trying to figure out what we were doing as we were going along. Let alone then having to translate this into a form in which both instances of you getting it into the paper, it arrives in the paper in such a way that even if the information's there, it's not necessarily there the way the public might want it to be there, except for the last instance in which it's kind of a rush job. And so it's more prone to mistakes. And so this is all vis-a-vis my experience. Before I ask you the question, what's your experience getting these things to the Tribune in a timely fashion?
So I mentioned during the staff report a little bit the constrained timelines, and what I didn't mention during the staff report was the addition that there may be cause for an amended filing for some reason, and what I really want to emphasize is that the best and most accurate information and timely information comes from the reports themselves that are filed. And the summary publication is takes a lot of staff intervention. So currently we are receiving paper only filings, and those paper filings are scanned and provided on the city's website currently. This was enacted prior to the AB 2151, which is mandating cities to upload paper filings to the city's website to make available. So until that was enacted, Ordinance 820 was providing greater transparency by requiring the city to upload paper filings. In order to create the summary that's described in 820 to be published in the newspaper, the city needs to review all of the paper filings, and Ordinance 820 provides for listing individuals that have contributed $600 or more, and those that's an aggregate. So staff needs to review all of the paper filings to look for individuals that may have contributed multiple times during the course of the election and add those up to see if they reach the $600 threshold for individual reporting. So it takes manual work to take paper filings, and even if they're submitted electronically, to put them into a format where you can analyze and provide for listing out those that have contributed $600 or more during the course of those filings. These filings could include not only the original filings that meet the filing deadlines, but there could be amended filings as well. And there could be filings for late large contributions or expenditures, which are reported on a form 497. And those I discussed a little bit in the staff report, are to be filed within 24 hours of that $1,000 contribution or expenditure. So those should be incorporated into the summary as well. With the short turnaround time, and also with the lag between the time that summary is compiled and the publication date, there could be reports that have come in, either an amendment or a late large contribution, that don't get reflected in what's published the week prior to the election date. So what one may be seeing in the newspaper may not be the most accurate or timely information. The most accurate or timely information is going to come from the forms that are reported and mandated by the Fair Political Practices Commission. And those are not prone to any kind of analytical or keying type of errors that could be made, or any human errors. For example, if one keying mistake is made by a simple movement of a decimal point, a $500 contribution could become a $5,000 contribution. And, you know, within hours of having to compile a summary of these forms, where you may have 3 council seats up for election and, you know, 2 ballot measures that you're encompassing, may become infeasible and may be prone to a keying error such as that. And I would really hate to have, you know, something published in a newspaper that could really impact somebody's campaign that is due to a, you know, a keystroke error, for instance. Whereas if the public is looking at the forms themselves, they're seeing exactly what is reported by that candidate or their committees that are formed to support or oppose a candidate.
Thank you.
Other questions? Looking at council members. No?
After public comment, if I still have it.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. Let's go to public comment on this item. And so if you wish to comment on this item, please raise your hand. Our deputy city clerk will be calling on folks in order. And looks like we have 4 hands so far. Go ahead, Deputy City Clerk Brooks.
And Mayor Beckmeyer, our first speaker is Carlos Davidson, who will be followed by Mark Hubble. Please state your name for the record.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Hello, my name's Carlos Davidson. I was part of a citizens group that worked on drafting Ordinance 820. And before that, for 2 years, I went through all the election data for 2 cycles and compiled summaries similar to what the city now does. So I'm quite familiar with this, and I'm speaking today to urge council not to rescind Ordinance 820. Maybe adjust the timelines, but not to rescind the ordinance. The summary reports on total contributions to an individual and donations over $600 are key information for election transparency. The citizens of Pacifica deserve to know who is funding city council candidates and how much money they're raising. If you rescind the ordinance, this information will be hidden from the public. And yes, let's be clear. The raw data in the election filings is available on a website, but you've heard from the city clerk that it is a bunch of work to compile that data and make a summary. That's why the average citizen can't go to the website and understand what's going on, because there is a ton of data and it is too complicated for most people to sort through and make any sense of what it means. So yes, the raw data is there, but it's not available to people. On the other hand, the summary form, people in a minute can look at it and get the key facts. So yes, it is some hours of work for city staff to do it, but it is invaluable information for citizens. I don't know what that noise is, but yeah, I just encourage you, if the problem is the timing, you can adjust the timing, but don't get rid of the summary reports. That is really key information to citizens. And if that goes away, the huge pile of raw data financial reports is no substitute. People can't go through that and figure out what's going on. So please keep the transparency. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mark Hubble, you'll be up next, followed by Suzanne Moore. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Mark Hubble. I'm a Pacifica resident. And I'm kind of confused. I mean, this to me sort of like dropped out of the sky. So I was trying to make notes, and I do understand, some things, need changes, like the scheduling and everything, but that's such a minor point when you compare the importance of knowing who's donating to our candidates. And I didn't understand the part that said, well, we talked about the schedule and everything, but that somebody can change the limits in this new bill or whatever. And I'd like to know who that is that can change it. Is it the voters or is it the city council? To me, it would be abhorrent if the city council could make their own, maximums, right? Their own, that would just be wrong. So, and then the other concerns I have is, and I'm not sure how this factors in exactly, but how is a computer generated document, that doesn't have the signature on it, or does it have a legal signature on it? That would be a concern. Does it or doesn't it? I would think that you would have addressed that point. And lastly, I noticed here that this company, this file company, NetFile or seems to be the only company that does this. And for my, I have a long career in tech. And one of the things that I can really tell you is don't go with a program that only has one supplier, because they go out of business. They change, people buy them, they incorporate different things. And to get that data back could sometimes cost a bundle of money. You can ask Salesforce people, who decide they want to go do something else, what a hassle that is, So anyways, that's what I think, and I appreciate you listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Suzanne Moore, please state your name for the record. You'll be followed by Dinah Burby.
Good evening, Suzanne Moore. And wow, after listening to everyone, I realize that there are some things that I need to learn and I need some reinsurance. But here's my current understanding and what I feel might be sound recommendations. First, I think we should draft an ordinance to establish a campaign contribution which is lower than the state limits. Pacifica has already found in the past that grassroots efforts can be financially overwhelmed. For instance, outside monies of over $500,000 of Realty Lobbyist funds were put against the Fair Rents Initiative, $58,000 of Realty Lobbyist funds in a smear campaign against Mayor John Keener. And there's an unknown amount of funds to overturn Ordinance 814, which was a temporary ordinance to halt high rent increases and evictions prior to a vote on Fair Rents Initiative. And the FPPC is still investigating those missing campaign financial records from the campaign to overturn 814. They're simply missing. Excellent candidates for city council cannot compete financially with candidates willing to accept contributions from lobbyists and PACs, and it's time for our city to level the playing field. I heard what you said, Mark, about going to a place that only supplies the electronic reporting option, but I have to admit that it sounds like a really good plan if there can be some reassurance on that. And then as far as maintaining Ordinance 820, I appreciate Sarah's report. I think the city should return with an amendment to better align the appropriate dates. I too have gone into the records when people were putting in the contributions paper, and I was not able to understand hardly any of it. And so I think it comes down to who is going to create a summary that is important to the public. Is it going to be the work of the city or the work of the public who this is beyond their capability? So I do think that Ordinance 820, that no action should be taken, it should be maintained because that information is imperative for the public to be able to know who's getting what campaign funding and make decisions based on that. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Dinah Verby, you'll be up next, followed by Peter Loeb. Please state your name for the record.
Dinah Verby. I want to echo the comments of Carlos Davidson. I agree with him that you should not remove the summary provision in this ordinance. As Carlos said, I don't know if any of you have ever attempted to look at the campaign disclosure forms that are posted on the city website, but it is, first of all, they're not organized in any particular order. They seem to be randomly put up there. They're not chronological by date. They're not alphabetical. And there are multiple forms for multiple contributors often. And one literally has to download, potentially dozens of these forms and try to read through them to try to make any sense of them. So the summary part, I do appreciate very much the effort that it takes. But that is what is really the critical information for voters. And as far as the timing, I also agree with Carlos. I think it's much better to tweak the timing of when the summary should be prepared and published. And I'm thinking also maybe even an additional reporting period to jive with the new mail-in ballots, because now people are getting their ballots and starting to vote, a lot earlier. But the other point I wanted to make with regard to the publication deadline is that the Pacifica Tribune is now online, and it has an active, 24/7 presence. So it certainly seems to me that something could be arranged with the Tribune, that publication and the ordinance could be worded in such a way that publication online in the Pacifica Tribune would help to comply with that reporting requirement. I certainly think that ought to be explored. And I just want to say also that I'm a little confused. There's a sentence in page 4 of the staff report that talks about a $2,000 threshold for doing electronic filing. So it's not clear to me what happens to contributions under 2,000. Do those people not have to file anything, or do they not file electronically? They just file a hard copy. And that doesn't jive with our local ordinance, which has a $600 threshold for doing certain reporting. So I'd like to see that explained. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Peter Loeb, you'll be up next, followed by Sherry Chan. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, Peter Loeb. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. I agree with Carlos and Dinah. As briefly as I can, the importance, the value of that summary being published in the newspaper is that it maximizes public access to that information. There are a lot of people, well, there are some people who aren't on the internet, and there are a lot of people who are on the internet but have a very difficult time navigating. And as Carlos and Dinah both talked about, looking at those reports on the city website, it's very confusing. It's very difficult to make sense of it. So that the summary itself is a very useful, very helpful report to have. And it allows people to understand what's happening with the campaign contributions. And I think publishing it in the newspaper means that people who don't have access on the internet or have a difficult time accessing things on the internet will have an opportunity to see that summary in a format that works for them. I can understand the timing issues, and I don't see it would make sense to try to fix that. And I'm quite sure that the Tribune would be happy to work with the city clerk or whoever they would need to work with to figure out when reports could be submitted to meet publication deadlines and how that could best match up with the reporting deadlines, and maximizing the ability of staff, the staff time to prepare that report. But I think that report is extremely valuable, and it's the spirit of that ordinance to get information, to allow the public to have access to information that they can understand in different formats on the internet or in the newspaper, so that everybody can be equally informed or have an equal opportunity to be informed. I do not want to see that summary discontinued and not published in the newspaper, but I can certainly see that there are logistical, practical reasons to improve the lineup so that deadlines work better together. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Sherry Chan, you're up next, followed by Cynthia Kaufman. Please state your name for the record.
Hi there, my name is Sherry Chan. Hi, City Council members. Oh, Sherry Chan, Cherie-Chan. Thank you for all your hard work that you do for our community and all the work that you do. I was listening in the beginning of your meeting. God, you guys have to attend a lot of meetings. I truly recognize how busy you are, how busy we all are, especially with schools reopening. Show of hands though, how many of you are able to comb through and memorize 172 pages of the board packet that you received just this past Friday to make an informed choice on every single position in Pacifica? I mean, you guys are sitting on the dais and it is hard. And yeah, me neither. I haven't read this whole thing. And this is precisely why we have professional level staff who create professional level summaries that help citizens understand what is happening in our communities. We all have day jobs and we have to do it. I'm so glad we're moving towards compliance with AB 571 and using electronic filing to make these to understand where these truly necessary campaign contribution disclosures are coming from. But most of the presentation by the city centered on how difficult it is for city staff to meet a weekly newspaper deadline. Instead of proposing that we recognize these issues city staff has in automating its process, it recommends just to do away with this process altogether. That's what option A says if you vote for option A. Just rescind Ordinance 820 altogether. I stand with my fellow citizens in advocating for option C to keep Ordinance 820 CS as is. But contrary to popular belief, I can compromise. At the very least, option B would be a reasonable compromise with mandated e-filing. It should now be even easier for city staff to cut and paste these values from a spread. I mean, you're just cutting and pasting values from Adobe Acrobat rather than keying in this information now. It's going to be easier to do this accurately. Let's give this new state level mandate and recommendation an opt-in opportunity to work. Thank you again for your service. At the very least, option B for number 3. And I recognize this can be such a thankless job. It's really hard for us all to stay engaged. So let's make it as easy as possible for Pacificans to understand what is happening in this community that we all love and want to improve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cynthia Kaufman, you're up next, followed by Carolyn Jaramillo. Cynthia, please state your name for the record.
Yeah, hi, my name is Cynthia Kaufman, and thank you so much. And I also wanted to echo the appreciation for the work that y'all are doing for all of us. And I wanted just to start by saying that democracy is not easy, right? And it takes a lot of work for us to all stay engaged and to understand what's going on. And we've all got to kind of just rise to the challenge of doing what's needed to have a really democratic city. Money in elections matters a lot. It's a really important issue for the community. And I think it's really, really important that the community is very well informed about what's going on. So I wanted to echo what everybody else has already said, that I think it's crucial that we keep the policy 820 and that we keep the summary in the paper, in the public. And as folks have mentioned, it is really hard to go through those documents. And I would also really encourage the city to actually kind of clean up that web page. I think it's actually, it is really disorderly. I do hope that you will ask for electronic filing. I think that's going to make things a lot better, but there has to be a summary. And so I would just encourage the city to prioritize the staffing needed to do a really good job on a summary. One thing that's a little bit tricky too is that if the state deadline for this last election, just as a model, as Sarah Coffey kind of told us about, the state deadline is the 22nd. The election is the November 3rd. So that's just by its nature a tight deadline. And I don't think there's actually much that can be done about that. I agreed with what Peter Loeb said, that we probably need to work, you all probably need to work with the TRIB to make it such that the deadlines all work out well. But it's going to be some hard work at the last minute, but I think it's crucial for our democracy that if the citizens know where the money is coming from. One other thing I wanted to say in terms of campaign finance limits, I want to make sure that everybody really understands that, and Tiger was getting at this actually in the very beginning, that there are two main streams of money. There's the sort of individual donations, and then there are the super PAC donations, which unfortunately are, because of Citizens United, totally unlimited. And it's really crucial that people understand where that money is coming from and what's going on with it. Unfortunately, you can't limit that. But again, money plays a really corrosive influence on politics, and we have to know what's happening with it. So I really hope that you'll stand up for keeping 820 in place and maybe making some small changes if you need to. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much.
Carolyn Jaramillo, followed by James N. Kramer at gmail.com. Carolyn, please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Jaramillo, homeowner here in Pacifica. And I appreciate all the speakers that have gone before me, because I think they have me in mind when they're saying we need to make all these reports, this financial reporting, as accessible and as easy to read as possible. So I too just wish to encourage the city to keep 820, especially keeping that summary part published in the newspaper, because I know I also have friends that do not have access to the internet and can get a newspaper. And I think that's very important that as many people as possible engage at the time of our election and getting themselves informed as much as possible. It's very important that we know who is supporting what candidates, where their interest is. So thank you for listening, and thank you for the information about the sign waving on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you.
jameskramer@gmail.com. You're up next, followed by Christine Bowles. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Jim Kramer. Hi, council and staff. I look forward to listening to your deliberations, and I heard what Manager Woodhouse said about the need for transparency and that that's not what this is about. And then I listened to what Ms. Coffey said. I agree. I admit I don't understand all the subtleties with what the city has to deal with. It's overwhelming. And as I listened, I added my planned comments after I heard the staff report. Wow, I've also heard a lot of really good comments from citizens. I hope that my comments are superfluous, but I have real concerns on these issues, and this is my only chance, so here they are. I encourage you to consider setting campaign contribution limits lower than the state levels and with strong enforcement penalties. Pacifica is a small city. The lower limits may make sense, especially towards the goal of spotlighting large inflows from outside money interests. In this, I agree with what Suzanne Moore said. Our electronic filing of disclosures should be regulated at least as strongly as in the appropriate state government code. Public dissemination of campaign contribution, the public dissemination of campaign contribution summary should be as wide as possible. Omission of any reasonable outlet means that some Pacificans will have less access to it. Although I appreciate that the timing of the Tribune may need to be worked out, and maybe getting to the Trib as soon as possible when an accurate summary is available will work. In summary, Pacifica's ordinances relating to campaign contributions, campaign limits, the electronic filing of campaign disclosure statements, and the publication of campaign contributions should be appropriate to the scale of our city and its elections, at least as strong as the state mandates in terms of setting limits and of informative and transparent disclosure and publication. It sounds to me like reviewing Ordinance 820 makes sense, making modifications, maybe making some modifications if necessary, but in any case, don't weaken it or lose its controls. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Christine Bowles, followed by Cindy Abbott. Christine, please state your name for the, Cindy Abbott, you'll be up next, followed by Sue Degree. Please state your name for the record.
We're not hearing you, Christine Bowles. If you're speaking, it's not coming through. Oh, I think we can hear you now. Nope.
Ms. Abbott, I see that you're unmuted.
Yes, would you like me to go?
And then we'll figure out what's going on with Christine Bowles. Yes, please do. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. I appreciate this being brought up and the city's attention to what's going on at state levels and other legislation and how it impacts what we have here in the city of Pacifica. The City Council's continued goal for an engaged community is defined as taking actions to restore trust in city government, expanding communication, and building community. It's my belief that eliminating the summary reporting of campaign contributions in the Pacifica Tribune would be a significant step backwards from achieving that goal. The minimal cost and valuable staff time that are provided for in completing the actions in Ordinance 820 should continue as one of the ways that the City of Pacifica is actively showing its commitment to transparency. I know many people, particularly seniors in our community, who don't find accessing information on the City of Pacifica website easy to do or a friendly experience. The Pacifica Tribune, even in its slim days of the recent past, continued to have longtime members of the community using the printed paper as their primary source of communication. And now, with our paper reemerging as a voice for local, fair, and accurate reporting, it will only grow back to being a key resource for information, even for new residents. The disclosure of campaign contributions in print, that as we've heard of tonight will also be available online, is an important access issue. If the community doesn't know what to look for, why would they go online and look for it? Why would we want to make it difficult to read the great summaries that have been provided in past campaigns? Data needs to be pushed out, not merely posted, putting the onus on citizens to try to find and collate it. There should be no movement to take away something that makes it easy for the public to read and consider this important information. As is always the case with communication and outreach, multiple platforms that reach a variety of different audiences all need to be utilized in our efforts to communicate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Did we get Christine Bowles back?
Mayor Beckmeyer, just as I was calling on Christine Bowles, her hand was lowered. And so I called on Cindy Abbott. Christine's hand is now raised again. I can call her.
Okay, we'll go to her and then to Sue Degree.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank
So
you.
her hand is lowered again, Mayor Beckmeyer.
Oh my goodness.
Can I go now to Sue Degree? But up again,
Now,
Mayor Beckmeyer.
let's try Christine. If it doesn't work, we'll go to Sue and we'll come back to Christine.
Okay.
Christine, are you there?
I am. I'm so sorry, Mayor. Thank you for your patience. I keep pushing the lower hand instead of the unmute button. Technology is just getting to me. Again, this is Christine Bowles, and I'll be quick tonight. I just want to quickly echo the comments of a lot of other Pacificans about the importance of maintaining the summary report through 8/20. As you know, I'm relatively new to Pacifica, and this last election was my first one as a citizen. And I actually went back and reviewed old newspapers and read the summaries from the last 3 elections. And that was really invaluable information. And it was interesting to see a pattern of donations by real estate organizations that are based in Southern California to our council seats. And one particular realtor in San Mateo, don't know anything about him, Tom Thompson, who donates $1,000 regularly to various candidates for our city council. And then I saw that, you know, the elections in this last, the campaign contributions in this last election were really not more than $3,000 or $4,000 total, both for Sue and Myra that were running for that same seat. And so I agree that the state contribution limits are really too high for Pacifica. You know, someone could basically buy a seat with the almost $5,000 donation that would allow. And I agree that the transparency in 8/20 that shows any individual donations over $600 is important to know, again, because of these low amounts. So a higher amount can potentially buy a greater influence on the council. I would hope that that's not true, but it shows that we need to be a little bit more careful. And I hear Sarah's concerns about making a mistake, and I would not want her job and that responsibility. But I think that that's something that could be handled with staff by maybe 1 or 2 people reviewing her work before it's published. We all make little mistakes, but a second eye can really help to catch that. And then my own experience with the Tribune is that they'll set their deadlines, but they don't actually go to print until Monday afternoon. And if you tell them something's coming and that you're waiting to confirm a number, they can be patient and waiting to get that information at the last minute. So again, please continue maintaining the policies that 8/20 provides. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last hand raised is Sue Degree. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, everybody. And it's always a pleasure to listen to members of the public. And their comments I certainly agree with. And I was on council when we created 80/20 ordinance. And the main objective from my point of view, which I think was for all of us, was to make sure that the public was the key focus, that the public was able to know easily enough what was going on so that they could be well-educated voters. And so it needs to be timely, it needs to be clear. And that's the main objective, which I hope that will continue to be. And COVID has shown to me even more emphatically how important it is to have something other than digital media, which I really think is extremely important. But nonetheless, not everybody is techie. And we do have a newspaper, very grateful for that. And hopefully when it's used like this, there will be more and more readers and we'll have another way of unifying ourselves. And it's very important. I think lowering is a good idea. And we have people in prison for, campaign type of stuff going on that shouldn't have gone on in the Measure C interim. And the FPPC is still investigating that. So, like what on earth is that? That was in 2000, before the last election. So I want to say again, it's for the public. And yes, that means trust. So trust in those of us who are elected from the public to be servants to the public. So extremely important. I know I'm a broken record, but I get really rabid. I'm ready to say you need to send out flyers, but I won't go for that this evening. But please do have it printed in the paper. And I certainly know, Sarah, how hard your job is. I know it. And I know you are a very conscientious person. So I appreciate your concern about this. But I think working with the Tribune and the FPPC would help. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much.
Mayor Beckmeyer, we had another hand raised from Rich Campbell. Can call on him now. Rich, please state your name for the record.
Rich, we're not hearing you. It looks like you might.
Rich Campbell, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Oh, great. Good evening, and thanks for taking all these public comments. I'll be brief. I would support continuing to apply the publication provisions imposed by ordinance 820C. I think it's important to know who's contributing to the campaigns, out of town campaign contributions, who's giving them, and who's potentially who a council member might be potentially beholden to. So I think we should keep things the way they are. It's public transparency is an important thing, and that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Mayor Beckmeyer, there are no other hands raised at this time.
All right, then we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Comments, questions, discussion. We'll start with Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Mayor. And initially, I just have a procedural question. I feel it might be helpful if we go through these one by one rather than start a cacophony of discussion. But I wanted to ask you if that was your intent, that we take them one at a time rather than start asking about 820 now and then go back to one afterward, that kind of thing.
Right. When you say take them, you're starting on packet page 6? No, packet page 98.
Yes. Yes, on both counts.
98. I like 6 better, but unfortunately it is in fact page 98. So you're saying going down that list, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason being, I definitely have a few extra questions about 820 after hearing everybody, but it's number 3 on that particular list. So I feel like if we save that for last rather than the back and forth, it might be helpful.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable way to proceed. And it may be there is some little circulating, but, we may need to sort of reference past practice, and that might involve 820, et cetera. But to the degree that we can, let's try to use that as our guide. Did you have a comment to make on that note?
Yeah, very briefly, I heard, oh, Kevin, sorry.
I was just going to quickly say, if it would be helpful, City Clerk Coffey could put up the summary slides, and go by each of the items if you wanted to see what the recommendation was. And
does she have the slides for summary of direction requested?
Yeah.
Oh, City Clerk Coffey, if you don't mind, that would be very helpful, I'm sure, to the people viewing the meeting, since they don't have necessarily packet page 98 in front of them.
So that's the first item regarding the campaign contribution limit.
AB 571. Right. Option A recommended here. Okay, got it. All right, go ahead, Councilmember Big Stick. What were you saying?
Thank you, Mayor. And I heard at least 3 different people saying that lower limits might be a good option. I'm relatively indifferent. I could go with the recommended adhering to the state limits, but on the other hand, it doesn't seem unreasonable to lower the limits for Pacifica, especially given district elections. I know that if but 2 people had made a $4,900 contribution to my campaign, I would have been able to make a much more substantial donation to the PRC at the end of my campaign. But that being said, I don't know that anybody would, and I'm okay with either options A and C personally.
Okay. So you're saying no, A or C? Okay, got it. Other council members? I have not very many windows available to me, so please raise your hand if you're wanting to speak. Okay, I see Councilmember Vatterlas. I do not see Mayor Pro Tem on my screen right now, so please forgive me if I skipped you. I didn't mean to.
No worries, you did not.
Okay, yay. Okay, Councilmember Vatterlas.
Okay, the lowering of the limits, that would be fine with me too, except that puts the burden onto the city again. Because if you keep the state limits, then the state will conform to the limits and check it all. But if you put it a different amount, then the city has to do it. So that's the only thing I'm going to talk about at this moment. But I don't mind that either. And people need to be aware that there are differences in donations or non-donations. An independent expenditure is not a donation. It's could be like a direct mail that is done by a group that a candidate never sees. They don't know anything about it. They may get the same mailer in the mail that you did and never have a clue about it. And that is a federal issue and that cannot be regulated.
At this level.
Correct.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have comments or questions?
Yeah, I'll just go ahead. You know, I know that elections have changed because of district elections. And I think this last election was unique because it was during the pandemic, right? So, but I know how much it cost when I ran. It costed a lot of money. And I was getting, you know, $25, $50 here and there. And so I would be fine with keeping the state limits.
And Councilmember O'Neill, did you have anything to say on this one?
I'm okay with lowering the limit down to like $2,000. I mean, that's what it is for board of supervisors. That would be fine with me. But if the majority feels the state limits, that's fine also. The question I would have is, could we have a lower campaign limit and then I don't know what enforcement the state has, but I don't want to reinvent the wheel, you know, so whatever enforcement rules the state has and we have a lower limit, I'm okay with that, you know, but I'm also okay keeping these limits. I've never gotten a $5,000 or $4,900 contribution from one person, so.
Okay, so I think I certainly have the same question, and it kind of goes to something that Councilmember Vatterlas said around who enforces it or who does the checking. If we have this becomes a question for the city clerk and city attorney. If we were to adopt something different than this state and what AB 571 says, is it then incumbent upon city staff to evaluate each contribution against that limit? Whereas if we adopt the state limit of 4,900, is it the state that does the evaluating?
Mayor Beckmeyer, is the question about evaluating against the limit or enforcement of violations of the limit?
I guess it's really both, because it sounds like, yeah. Can you speak to that? Enforcement would have to be FPPC or somebody.
So if the city aligns with the state limits, then the FPPC would be the agency enforcing any violations of those limits, and they have their own enforcement division that investigates any violations of the Fair Political Practices Act and such reporting. If the city chooses a lower limit, for instance, then the ordinance that would be drafted would need to entail what enforcement measures the city would take in terms of violations, and what what actions would be taken in terms of violations. The enforcement of such would fall to the city rather than the FPPC for any limits different than the state's.
Okay.
And I just wanted to concur with what the city clerk said. Yeah. I mean, basically, if I understand the question correctly, in terms of creating our own lower limit than the state, that would be on the city to not only determine what remedies would be applicable to violations of our own ordinance, but we would also be the ones who would be obligated to enforce it.
Got it.
So there, just to summarize, that kind of a change kind of forfeits our, the FPPC's role in this. And there's several cost impacts. One is to develop the ordinance and what the enforcement measures would be. That's going to be a cost impact, number one. Number two is the additional staff time to monitor, to evaluate whether there's a violation. And number three is actually to pursue and prosecute that violation.
And presently, Pacifica has no limit. So adopting state, if I'm following the logic of what's been proposed in the recommended action, going with what the state is producing here in 571 sets a limit where none exists presently. And the limit is $4,900 per individual, per candidate, per election.
Correct. And that taking no action and adhering to the campaign limit, the state limit, would cause no further fiscal impact to the city.
I like that. Council members?
No, I'm okay with that. We just keep it as is and the state enforces it.
Yes, so that means to me, per Councilmember Big Stick's recommended approach, that we are agreeing on item 1, option A.
Well, I think we need more consensus from the council in terms of that. So we'd like to hear from a majority of the council members that they're comfortable with just retaining the status quo.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with it. We can always come back
to the state portion.
Correct. Yes, Sue.
And I already said that, so.
Yeah, and I'm okay with it too.
That was a majority. Now we have Valerlas and Big Stick, so we have unanimous. Even though it's not a vote, it's an indication and we can come back to it. And moving on then, if it's all right with the rest of the council, to item 2 on this list on packet page 99.
I would like to have both. I mean, I had a bad experience in filing the form where the net file is run by the FPPC, so it's not a private company. And that really is the only option to file these forms. So if you go to the Netfile website, it says FPPC. So the concerns about, is it, Salesforce or Microsoft or whoever, if the state of California goes out of business, so will Netfile, In regards to this I've had a bad experience where I was told I didn't file, but I actually had proof I had filed with the state. So I really I have no problem making it an option for people to file net file, but I want also, because the net file I find net file harder than than the paper one. And most cases, the treasurers are a volunteer person that you've gotten involved, so don't make it harder for them.
Are you speaking from many years in elected office, Councilman?
Yes, yes. Well, NetFile's new. It's only been here 4 or 5 years.
But you've experienced both sides of the.
Yes, and I would say just either way, you know, optional NetFile, but optional paper.
Okay, so optional net file is.
So that's A. That's
electronic
because it says voluntary.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
So I say yes.
So what Mike said is item 2A on page 99. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. O'Neill says yes, Vaterlas says yes, and I have to change my screen to see the other people.
I appreciate you bringing up the treasurer because my treasurer we started on page 1 of the manual, like literally. So whatever would make my treasurer happier, I go with, and that would be either or. I also had a hard time filing. I wanted to file electronically during COVID and I couldn't. So I had to actually go down. So I that too.
Yeah, it's and you know, I just think, you know, make it as simple. Maybe somebody's more comfortable tech than I am or whatever, and they can do it. So
okay. Councilmember Big Stick.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly. And there's also an equity component somewhere in there. There may be somebody who wants to run and they're not quite as tech savvy, or their treasurer is not quite as tech savvy. In my case, I was my treasurer, so I don't know what NetFile would look like, but I think that giving the option is prudent.
What would your candidate say to your treasurer then about their, you know, never mind. All right, so.
I'm not quite that dissociative in my identity, but yes.
All right, I feel like we have a consensus on this. Oh, well, let me say that I agree with 2A. So therefore, the way I count it, we have consensus on this for discussion purposes, and we can always come back to it. Does the council agree? Yes?
Yes.
Very well. Let's move on to item 3. Comments?
I have to admit, we've all said that these forms are complicated. So I understand where the public came from for the summary. I think the best disclosure is the forms the candidate and their treasurer actually file. But these are two I'm thrown out for discussion. Okay, one is our ordinance says anybody that contributes more than $600, cumulative even, right? So if you give 3 $200 checks, you're at 600. Well, the FPPC form says anybody that contributes 500. Okay, so maybe change our ordinance to the 500 so that basically the city staff would just have to look at that one column and say, oh, Mike O'Neill gave more than $500 this time. And then you do that. And then I would actually ask staff to come back with a time frame that works for them for the publication.
In light of Tribune publication times and such.
Right, because next you're going to have 3 council elections next time, minimum of 6 candidates. Plus, we already talked about fireworks being on there, so that's 7 races that she might have to take and figure out and look at in the space of 5 hours. Right. And I just don't think that's reasonable, especially So that's my suggestion is change it to 500 because that would make it just down that one column, and then staff tell us what they think is a workable solution for the other part.
Okay. Other council member comments? I'm flipping my screen right now. Are you commenting, Councilmember Vatterlas?
Yeah, but Tiger was first.
I see, I'm on the wrong page. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I completely agree with what Mike just said. Lower it to 5 and see what a more reasonable time frame looks like in light of the work that needs to be done. I had a couple ideas that crossed my mind, and I don't know if either enter into the realm of feasibility, but it seemed like it might be helpful if somehow the work that city clerk does is streamlined. And I was wondering if maybe there might be some way to put the onus onto the filer by maybe having a city issued form that they would turn in along with the Form 460, so that the information that otherwise Sarah has to scour the forms looking for is right there in a city issued form that is turned in at the same time. If that's an idea that could work, I just wanted to throw it out there. Right now, I'm just kind of tossing some pasta at the wall to see if something sticks. The other question I had, if we're going to be using the NetFile software, and maybe our situation in Pacifica wasn't envisioned when they were programming it, but I'm not tech savvy enough to know quite how spreadsheet programming works consistently. But might it be possible for the NetFile software to issue that summary report automatically, so that the software itself does that data compilation from its own algorithm?
Tiger, I have 2 words for you, or 3 letters for you. EDD, software in the state.
It was just an idea.
I'm not trying to put you down, but EDD and DMV. Okay.
Well, it's so just, it's looking for the streamline so that it can be a little easier on Sarah one way or the other. These were just a couple ideas, but anyway, maybe a form that the city issues along with it. Hey, candidate, tell us if that's doable.
Right. I like that. That's a great suggestion. Councilmember Vatterlas.
Okay. First of all, we had so many comments that were removing transparency. We are definitely not removing any transparency. The forms are filled out as you go through the time period. There is a cumulative column at the very end. It says how much total has this person donated during this campaign. So you can read that on every single form. And it's funny that people said, oh, well, people can just read it in the newspaper, and not everybody gets the newspaper. But now the newspaper's online, so you can read it online. Well, you can go to City Hall too. You can get the forms. You can get a copy of them. Someone can drive you if you don't drive. You can request them and have them sent. I think that I don't think there are any other cities that publish this information in the newspaper. And I didn't vote yes before, only because of the newspaper publishing. Because to me, I know that they're trying to restart the Tribune, but so few people read the Tribune. It's a lot of work for the clerk to do this. The timing is horrible. And I just don't think we need to publish in the newspaper. It's if you type in the word Form 460, you can come up with it right away. I filed a Form 700 today. It's already online. I filed it today. I have made mistakes before. I clicked a box by accident when I was filing that I'm going to tell you that said that I had $1 million in stock. It was a mistake. So that's going to be published. And then when I finally see it again and go, oh my goodness, I don't have $1 million. I just clicked the box below the one I was supposed to click. So it's incorrect information and I amended the form to make it correct, but that's not going to go in the newspaper. It's already been published. So I just don't think that we need to put it in the newspaper.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, I don't think we've had a chance to hear from you.
No, we haven't, not yet. I feel very strongly that it needs to be published in the newspaper. Very strongly about that. So that's all I'm going to say about that. And I also think that the timeline needs to be changed to whatever we can do to help the city clerk. And I really like Tiger's idea about a city issued form.
Mhm. I agree with that. As I've said already, I love that suggestion. And of course, staff could be going pale right now at the thought of creating a city form. So I would love to hear from staff on the, I realize you can't possibly know, you have to go think about it and study it and think and come back to us, but just a general response on that. I'm looking over my notes that I took during public comment, and it seems like there was a disinclination on the part of some, either a disinclination to go through all the raw data or an inability to manage doing so through, you know, the electronic means of obtaining it. I summarized multiple people's comments to mean it's a convenience that the citizens of Pacifica are asking for. They feel under the urgency for transparency. Having a summary published in the newspaper gets them what they need to feel confident. And I'm going to agree with a comment that Council Member Vaterlas stated, that probably not many cities have this requirement. I'm going to go, I think you may have said it a little more strongly than that, but I'm going to assume there's not many cities that have a requirement like this. And there are many things about Pacifica that are not true in other cities, many. So we persevere. And it seems to me like where we are is keeping the summary in the newspaper, possibly adding a summary form that the onus is on the filer to complete in addition to the FPPC forms.
Actually, you know what? I hadn't thought of that. I like Tiger's idea of the filer filling out a $600 form.
Right.
So, yeah.
Oh, five. I like your idea of it being a $500.
Well,
that you were proposing?
Well, if you're going to have the filer file 600, you're removing that from city staff having to analyze it. Okay, but if we're going to still have city staff process it, I would say we go to the 500, because then they can take and just go down that one column to the cumulative contributions.
Okay.
You see,
the
so
filer's going to fill it out anyway, Mike. So make it 500. The filer's going to fill out the form.
It's the principle holds, Mike, in my view, theory being it's easier to conform with what the FPPC regulation is. Now, that said, if the FPPC was 700 and Pacifica had it at 600, I would never recommend that we go to 700. But being Pacifica has 600 and FPPC has 500, which is a more constrained level, I am agreeing with your proposal to match, to have that match.
Okay. Yeah.
So where does that leave us?
Confused right there.
I know, Mayor Pro Tem, help. This is you right now.
Well, Madam Mayor, I also was just thinking that there are a lot of good ideas coming from the council. And what I hear is that council's direction is really focused on maintaining the substantive provisions of 820, but you do want to have some work by staff to figure out what is most effective for them. And I think that is going to require back and forth between staff to figure that out.
Right.
So, I think staff should, maybe the city clerk and the city manager can ask council questions if if they have questions on the direction that they've gotten, but I certainly have heard a lot of direction from the council. And I think that staff should just take this ordinance back based on the direction and then bring back a draft to the council for your consideration. But I'll leave that to the city manager and city clerk to confirm.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Michelle.
And she was going to say just like that too.
Yeah.
If I can just make a few comments on what I'm hearing, it sounds like I'm hearing agreement on maintaining the summary publication at some level, adjusting or working on the deadlines and or the threshold for reporting to make that more feasible. I'm also hearing that council members like the idea of an additional city issued form that may make that summary publication easier. I do have some concerns about a city issued form. The city issued form would not carry the same weight and regulations that go along with the FPPC regulated forms, and it may present an issue with an enforcement type of issue if those forms are not filed with the Form 460s. So I have some concerns with the city issued form.
And I would just add to that as well that I don't see that actually as limiting the amount of work for the clerk, because in fact, I would be instructing the clerk to make sure that you double check, peer review what the individual filers have submitted to you with the officially filed form. So for what it's worth.
Mm-hmm. So it might not really help much, if at all.
Well, you know what, that's something that staff can come back to when, and advise is,
okay.
This is my suggestion, is let them banter back and forth about the 500, 600, city form, no city form, or whatever, and then come back just like they did tonight with their recommendations.
And then the whole deadline thing with the newspaper.
Yes, definitely the deadline of the paper needs to be fixed.
Got it. Okay.
So the way I'd summarize the council's direction is we will look at ways to make this, to achieve the same outcome, but make it as least onerous as possible on staff. Because literally during this time, the clerk's office shuts down to all other business. Right. And we have a very small and constrained staff in the city manager's office. So we'll come up with creative ways, ideas, whether it's an additional form or not. There's probably concerns with that. The timeline that would make sense, and making sure that the summary data, that there's time to double check the data. That's another component to it. So with the nod of heads, that's the general direction I'm hearing from council members. And there's no rush on us developing this. That's part of why we kind of came during this interim time period between elections and stuff, but we'll bring it back.
Okay. Are we concluded on this item then? All right.
And yeah, I guess I have clear consensus direction on items 1 and 2, but I don't think it necessarily then a vote is required. So I'm fine.
Okay, great.
Okay.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. See you at 10:12 p.m.
For the 5 minutes.
5-minute break. items, which is to receive a presentation of pension costs with the recommended action to receive updated presentation of pension costs with the California Public Employees Retirement System. And will that be City Manager Woodhouse giving us?
Yes,
Thank you.
And City Clerk Coffey will bring up the presentation. I have a brief presentation, and thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I'll be giving the presentation, and then I also have Assistant City Manager Wehrmeister here, as well as Financial Services Manager Sheila Choyao to help in answering any questions. Next slide, please. What I'd like to cover is, this is the outline, what the purpose is of this annual report about our pension obligations, understanding the basics about our CalPERS defined benefit pension, understanding Pacifica's specific data regarding our pension obligations, what actions we have taken over the years to try to help manage pension costs, and then also close with an effort that the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, has underway that they call their asset liability management process, looking at the future. Next slide, please. So in terms of the purpose of this annual report, we bring it forward to City Council about this time each year to achieve transparency about this huge cost center to city expenditures, and time it with our annual budget development, because the cost impacts annually for rising pension costs need to be factored into our budget recommendations for each year. And in addition, in 2018, the San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury did a report about rising pension costs, and this kind of annual reporting was one of the recommendations that they did make in their report. This report tonight doesn't require any action from council, but just to hear and accept the presentation and have us answer questions. Next slide, please. So in terms of pension basics, a defined benefit pension is really, in the public sector, it's a critical recruitment and retention tool to be able to recruit and retain high quality public sector employees. Typically, public sector employees receive lower salaries than in the private sector. And so this kind of guaranteed pension has been a tool over the years, just collectively across the country, as well as, in California, of course, to help with that process. In California, I already mentioned the California Public Employees Retirement System is the predominant pension system for city, county, and state employees. There are some large cities or counties, that have their own pension system, but CalPERS is a dominant one. The way a defined benefit pension works, it's really an investment portfolio that CalPERS manages to pay the benefit to retirees, that is, employees once they retire from public sector. And the way that portfolio is built is from monetary contributions from employers, so the cities, the city of Pacifica, monetary contributions from the employees, as well as then all of that money is invested and the returns on those investments. So that comprises the portfolio that is geared to be able to pay the future of all retirees' pensions. What has been the big issue that you hear about is what's called unfunded liability of plans of cities and of the CalPERS system. And what that means is that you add up what is the future year pension liability for active employees, retired employees, and inactive employees. Inactive employees are employees that used to work for Pacifica, but now they work for another agency. So we have the liability and obligation for the years that they did work for the city. You you calculate on an actuarial basis what that liability is, and then subtract what is the value, the asset value of the plan of the system, and that equals the unfunded liability. So next slide, we'll get into some of Pacifica's data. And what I want to caveat with this is that we had back in 2017, when CalPERS was starting to phase in changes to their discount rate from 7.5% down to 7%. We had an actuarial study done for the city. These numbers are from 2017. We are in the process of re-engaging the consultant that will do an updated actuarial report for us. And so you can see that our liabilities for active employees combined with retired employees and inactive employees totals $209 million. The market asset value, and again, this is the 2017 number, was 162 million, equaling an unfunded liability of $47 million. Now that seems like a really large number, right? But you know, an analogy for this is to think of how you have a mortgage on your house that you owe, you know, within 30 years, and you just kind of pay each year your mortgage payment in order to pay that off. In this case, you know, it'd be an adjustable rate mortgage because these rates change from year to year. But over the course of many decades, that's the amount that we need to be paying into the system to be fully funded. That represents the 355 retirees from Pacifica, and we additionally accrue pension liability for 185 additional employees. The updated June 30th, 2020 number that appeared in our comprehensive annual financial report for our unfunded liability is 53.5 million approximately. I'll point out that in the 2018 grand jury report, Pacifica had in the county the second best funded status in the county at 76.7%. The countywide average was 69.1%. Next slide. So what we're looking at for future upcoming years, and CalPERS has a new pension calculation tool that is available to cities to utilize, which we used to generate these numbers, is that our annual cumulative increase in payments we need to make to CalPERS is reflected here. So for the fiscal year 21-22, $830,000 more dollars. That's a number that we will need to build into our budget strategies. That then progressively drops. Well, there's one blip that doesn't drop, but it drops to 520,000 in 22-23, then into 310, 340, and then it kind of goes down, continues to go down lower. And you know, there's some different factors at place. Years ago was the Public Employee Pension Reform Act, PEPRA, and that act helps reduce future liabilities for defined benefit pensions for employees. So these are large numbers. These are concerning numbers, but again, is what we are left with and having to pay to CalPERS. Next slide.
Kevin, do you want questions now when you have the slide, or do you want them at the end?
Whatever the preference is of the council.
Okay, I'd just like to point out, if I understand you correctly on that one that one, right? So for 2021, 2022, this is the increase in CalPERS contribution. So we are also making additional funds towards that for the current liability that's accrued, right?
If I'm understanding you correctly, this payment would be in addition on top of what we are paying this year.
Right. So we're making our rate, we're keeping current on our current accrued liability by current employees. We're paying that, but this is an additional 830,000 on top of that to
Yes.
pay for the arrears, right? Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to be sure that was clear to the public.
And I have a question, as long as we're asking questions. I was holding mine till the end, but you know, I'll just jump in. If you could go to the slide before this one, where you have, I am the 47.1 million versus the June 30, 2020 CAFR number of 53.499 million. Is it the case that that number is going to fluctuate due to market conditions, or does that difference of between 47 million and 53.5 million represent actual new costs? How do you explain that?
Yeah, so well, I think there's a variety of factors here, and Financial Services Manager Troy should jump in if I don't cover everything. Certainly, the market fluctuation, the investment return that CalPERS gets, is a huge factor on what that number is. So I have it in a later slide, but their average return over the last 5 years has been, I think it's more like 6.3% than the targeted 7%.
Yeah.
The fluctuation of our unfunded liability will change when we do an updated actuarial study.
Right.
You know, actuarial studies look at all the detail about all the existing employees. You know, what are the ages of the employees and all these demographics in order to try to estimate how long are people living, how much pension payments in retirement are going to be owed to them. So that's a factor that changes as well. If CalPERS, you'll see that they're studying changes to make to the system, and if they continue to decrease the discount rate, then that number will grow higher as well. And you know, again, basic market conditions on what kind of investment returns they could get will be critical. And the other piece that they're evaluating is how to invest the money. Do they want to do a blend of some higher risk investments, not high risk, but just, you know, in order to maximize their investment return. So that affects that number a lot as well.
As well as constraints from the public and its board on what kinds of investments they can make.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, yeah, let's go to the next slide. So over the years, you know, this has been a big issue for all cities and how to manage pension costs. And many years ago, one of the tools that was put in place is to not only require employees to pay the basic employee share of pensions, which depends on your bargaining unit, but you know, say for miscellaneous employees, it's 8%, but to also require the employee to pay a share of the employer's contribution. And so that's a tool that the city has employed, and that varies, you know, for 2 extra percentage points to 3 to more in some cases. And,
Mike, if you would be so kind as to mute, I think that sound is from you.
Okay. Sorry. I'm figuring out how to do that. Hold on. Okay.
all right, great. The second is to establish what's called a Section 115 trust. And you'll remember council directed the establishment of that a couple years ago. And last year we started funding an initial payment into that trust of $200,000. And that's through the Public Agency Retirement Services, PARS. And so to the extent that we have money that's available to continue put into that Section 115 trust, that helps bring down our future liability. And then, also initially issuing pension obligation bonds was not a cost-saving measure to do, but in 2019, we did refund or refinance those POBs at a AA+ rating to help lower the interest rate and the payments on our pension obligation bonds. So just examples of several things that we've employed to try to maintain our costs. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to throw in here to make the council aware, because this is a big issue that again, that CalPERS is working on, looking at how they invest the money and future changes to the plans. They call this the asset liability management process. I did mention that CalPERS had lowered their discount rate from 7.5% to 7% gradually over 2016, 17, and 18, or maybe it was 17, 18, 19. And so, but in the last 5 years hasn't achieved the 7% return rate. So it was 6.3%. The ALM process, the goal that they're undertaking is to balance the expected cost of future pension payments with the expected future investment returns. And in February, they held educational sessions about this. That process continues throughout 2021 to dig in further, and there'll be opportunities for us to learn more and participate in their process and make comment, leading up to, by November of 2021, a final approval of a strategic asset allocation plan, and to begin that strategic plan by July of 2022. So that process is hovering, a lot. Is dependent on the outcomes of what they're going to do, and the League of California Cities, or I should say Cal Cities, is very actively engaged and involved in discussions with CalPERS about this as well, on behalf of all the cities in California that participate in CalPERS. I believe that concludes the presentation, and we're available for questions.
Questions from council members? No questions. Do we have anyone who has a public comment on this item? I'm not seeing any. So I'll close public comment. And I would like to ask when you think we'll have the new actuarial. You probably just said it and I didn't remember it.
I didn't talk about the timeline. The new actuarial study, it really only takes a couple months for the firm to generate it. So we're reaching out to them to initiate that contract. So I'm hoping that we have it before the end of the fiscal year.
And are you planning on going with Bartles again?
Yes.
So what I would like to request, since I'm getting so good at reading this report format that they created, that they, especially looking at packet page 23, that we go ahead and extend the table at the top of packet page 23 to include a new column, so that we can build our, and by we I mean me, I can build my knowledge and be able to reference past years, as we're moving forward. I mean, I'm sure they would anyway, but just for comparison's sake, it would be helpful to follow the same format as much as we can. That's all. That's all I had.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you for a great presentation. That was not nearly as painful as I thought it would be. Did I? Okay, I think we're done. I know I am. Anything further, council members? City clerk, am I missing something that I'm supposed to be paying attention to at the end of the meeting?
Okay.
Only to adjourn the meeting, Mayor.
I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 10:36 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.